Hi. Welcome back. My God. It's a stream. I know. I never stream. I'm trying something new. Trying a video game stream. Here at twitch.com. Spunky. Oh yeah, how you doing? Well, hey everyone. Are we gonna finish this today? I don't know. But I'm gonna do my dangest. Which means I'm gonna try to get caught up on alerts and hop right back into the game. Give us the best possible chance of finishing it today. Apparently we have quite a bit left, but it's doable. So we'll see. Twitch.com. It's homestarrunner.net. It's .com. This is where those highlights come from. Yes, sometimes. Yeah. Shouts to the highlights. Shouts to Gam. I mean, I could just literally shout out Gam. He streams and makes the highlights, and they're great. Onion Bubs! Personally, I like the highlights because I can watch them and be like, oh shit, sometimes I'm kind of funny, huh? It's nice. A stinky and very good light. Wow, Quabla! Thank you. This is where we record the VODs. This is where I test the pre-recorded stream with the pre-recorded chat. You know, it's like an initial airing. It's a premiere, you know, like a YouTube premiere. Because everything's pre-recorded, of course. Sometimes. Thank you for the gifted subs. That's many. We're gonna hop into this. I wrote this days ago. Yeah, we're trying some new material. See how it goes. Working in art and nice. Hell yeah. Typical Ace Attorney prosecutor. Yeah. I have no idea what's happening now. But we'll see. Am I an AI? I'm a very elaborate AI. Yeah. It's an AI inside of a deep fake inside of a predictive text keyboard. Inside of a chimpanzee with a typewriter. It's just kind of ook, ook, ook. It's 3 o'clock. Ook, ook, ook. 9 wants to give subs. Holy hell. Thank you. After the original choice, you should play the 2 Edgeworth spin-off games. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not... Thank you for the hype train. I'm not promising nothing right now. I have not played the Pikmin demo. I already know I'm going to pick up Pikmin 4. So I'm just like, I'll just hop in when it comes out. It's all an elaborate ARG. Yeah. The chimpanzee presses the A key. It's his favorite key. It says ook when you tap the A key. Try it at home. But anyway, yeah, Pikmin looks good. But yeah, I've seen everyone yelling about it. Looks great. Let me get caught up. Because yeah, we got some sleuthing to do. We have we're on our 3rd case that we're now trying to solve within this case. We kind of skipped. We gave up on solving the first case, solved the 2nd case, and now we have to solve a 3rd case to get back to solving the 1st case. So, it's going great. It's going really well. This case is all the way down. There's the Edgeworth spinoff, the Gumshoe kart racing game, and then the Red-White business set. I would so play a Gumshoe kart racing game, and then if you get 1st place, he has to get out of the car and throw the confetti. That'd be great. The Blue Badger's probably guilty of everything. I may have made 2 of those up. Hopefully you made up the other 2. And the Gumshoe racing is real. Thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. If you're in the States, I hope you're if you where you live in the States is anywhere like where I live in LA, hope you're able to sleep through all the fireworks. Because I mean they've been going off for about a month and a half now. But there's like a ramp up. You know, it's like they're always like randomly in the middle of the night, I just hear like a bang out in the distance, and I'm like, that's like 80-20, that's a firework, it's fine. They like 95-5, it's a firework, it's fine. There's like a ramping up before the 4th of July where it's like, boom, 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 more frequent. And then, on the 4th, my God. I'll probably do a shorter stream on the 4th, just so I don't have to deal with it. Just get home. What? Yeah. I did see this, Red. This is the thumbnail for 2 days ago's stream on Twitch. The auto-generated thumbnail. So, they launch fireworks every night. I hate it. Yeah, I hate it too. Like on the 4th, I'm like, fine. That's like the thing. Yes, we're gonna burn California to the ground. It's a tradition at this point, but I can forgive it on the 4th. When it's like any other day, I'm just like, come on. People are trying. I mean, I'm a night owl, so it's fine. But when it's like 3 in the morning, people are setting up fireworks. Thank you.
Not a big deal. They are
not a sadist.
Blood from your eardrums is not what I'd call fun. Put your fingers in your ears. Come on.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the hammy. Also, while I'm sharing my desktop, let me present to you this meme from the Barry Chord out of context. Companies when Pride Month ends. Roy G. Biv D's nuts. That was not the context that I said that, but you know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Meh. Thanks, Purple, for that. Yeah. Anyway, I've seen a lot of people saying Pride Month is over, now it's Wrath Month. It feels like it. It feels like it. In between streams, Ravenlight 98 resub for 40 months is a lot, and Valkyria with 35, which is also a lot. And Valkyria says, and I quote, "Can't believe it's almost been a year." It's only been a year. It's only been a year. Thank you, Weeb. Yeah. All the things that Weeb said there. Appreciate it, Weeb. It's also Disability Pride Month. Yeah, nice. So wait for Gay Sloth Month. Yeah, you go through the 7 sins, but they're all gay. There's Gay Pride, there's Gay Wrath, Gay Sloth. I forget the others. It's great. Gay Envy. Or I don't remember. Gay Avarice. Gay Greed. Gay Envy Month is March. Oh, okay. Give me that Gay Lust. That's every month. That's the year. Year of Gay Lust Luigi. Gay Gluttony. There you go. Want to see the worst picture of Kitty ever? Yes, please. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. That is very good. Holy hell. Wow. That is a very specific vibe that I can't put to words. She looks awful. I love it. Yeah, she looks great. Smashman, thanks for a nice experience. Nice. Sign. Are we in for an Ace Attorney finale, the likes of which we've never seen? A finale so ace, it went beyond Pride Month. We'll see. Again, I'm gonna try to get started because we have a lot left to do. Kale the Dragon, thanks for 54 months. Enjoy your card key. Rat Jam. Thank you. Jilly Bells, thanks for 35. Whale Stealer, 37. Witchy Juice, 25. Always a pleasure to be able to resub. Catching streams and watching VODs always puts a smile on my face. Thank you. Appreciate it. Daft Boy Trunks, thanks for 57. A lot of high number resubs. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All I see is blackness. Oh, my hood's down. Acolyte, Warcraft 3. Very good. Spunky, thanks for 64 months. Dance. Appreciate it. Zebron, thanks for 52. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you. Jacob Bacon, thanks for gifting a sub to TJ Rivers. Thank you very much. Quabla gifted 5 subs to EB Hero, Al Ladici, Dr. Beepus, Fiendish Auburn, and Peter Persum. Thank you, Quabla. Joker Ham, thanks for 44 months. Maya's thinking about burgers. Yeah, that checks out. That's what she's doing throughout this entire case. She's sitting on a mountaintop thinking about burgers. I want to know Marshall escaped from Red Dead and ended up Ace Attorney. He fell into a time portal. B. Marie, thanks for 4 months. 4 months. Woo, thank you. Palak, thanks for 2 years and a tier 2. A tier 2, 2 years. Havok, see you. A tier 2, 2 years. Enjoy your house key. Palak. Main Critic, thanks for 100 bits. You have sworn fealty to the Blue Badger. I bend the knee to the Blue Badger. He's the true king in the north. Thank you. Dingledoof, thanks for 2 years. On my way to my night shift. Turns out it's my 2-year subversary. Thank you, Barry, for being a spot of positivity for this long. Here's to many more. Thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy your house key and have a good night shift. Hope it goes smoothly and quick. Cyberspace Cat, thanks for 51 months. France! Gotta yell France to my mic. Thank you. Adam Fine Numbers, thanks for 30 months. Enjoy your outhouse key. I'm working my way through your Hi-Fi Rush VODs. Man, it's such a great game. I'm so surprised that they were able to keep it secret. I don't know. We love a surprise launch like that. Hi-Fi Rush was great. I mean, it's always fun when you play a game in January where you're like, this could be game of the year. This is a pretty stacked year for games. Not my king. My skeleton turned into a house. I don't know how to deal with that. Listen, you still have the skeleton. You just also have a house now. The keys, the keys are additive. Every sub badge you get is a new one that you have in addition to. I mean, I could update the sub badge to have a key ring that every new badge just gets added onto the key ring, but it'd be a couple pixels. Sub badges are already really teeny tiny and hard to design, so it would be way more work. It's a cute idea. The little doodle key. Yeah, it's a crayon scribbling of a key. But if you roll it up and mash it into the keyhole, it opens up the door. So it is a function key for the lock. If it's a ghost key, then the keys will just fall off. That's true. I should do a ghost key one year. That's just see-through. Each key opens a single room in the house. And it's a different room every time you try. Did Riku's supposed to start with a key ring? My mind went somewhere really bad really quick. Thanks, Steve. Definitely not a status. Thanks for the hammy. Paying rent for the year. I am now a year into the 30s. I've been lied to. I'm no wiser at all. Who said that with age comes wisdom? Because they were definitely wrong. With age comes... This isn't a bit. I'm trying to think. Although, similarly, you could say... the saying could be, with age comes... and that could be the end quote. I was gonna say, with age comes more mistakes you've made. It's up to you if you learn anything from them. And not all mistakes can be learned from, you know. Sometimes you just fuck up, you're like, I don't even know what happened there. I'm just gonna stand clear of the blast radius and keep moving. But... Phoenix Slight. With age comes back pain, that's true. With age comes experience, yes. By definition. Is it good or bad experience? Doesn't matter, it's experience. There you go. Adjust the expectations of yourself in the world. That's true, that's actually real. Sammy Touchbutt, thanks for 13 months. And for squishing down Maya. It gives me a lot of joy to see the squish down Maya. And I'm glad other people like it too. Man Dog, thanks for 33 months. Three. Hotflax gifted 5 subs to do Sean VT, Slightly Mad and Cart P, Sean AM, and Exolana. Thank you, Hotflax. Very kind. Hope you're doing well. And Mijamu, thanks for 7 months. Thanks for making us aware of so many cool games. You persuaded me to buy the Ace Attorney trilogy on sale. I'm enjoying the second game so much. Nice. Oh yeah, glad to hear it. Are you saying that I'm an influencer? And I've influenced your purchasing habits? That's a terrible thing. Thank you. No, I'm not. What everyone should be doing is going to buy Ghost Trick right now. Because that game is... I need to still buy it. There is a part of me that's like, I want to buy it. I need to buy it. And just yell at Capcom about it. But also I'm like, I'm not gonna play it. So I kind of want to wait for it to go on sale. But maybe that's, you know, we'll see. What's my cosmetic line? It's called Poob. It's a nondescript, opaque jar that you can't see through. And then when you pop open the top, it's just goop. Just undefined goop. And it's up to you what you do with it. But it costs $800 a pot. And the website looks really fancy. And it's somehow stinky, yeah. Film the Ghost Trick survey. There's a survey? Oh, that reminds me of one more thing I did want to share that was making the rounds, if I can find it really quick, about Ghost Trick, because it was good. If I can check, I liked it on Twitter, so as long as I'm not rate limited today, let's not get into that. Nah, there it is. There it is. Apparently, so Ghost Trick got a physical release for the Switch in Japan, and apparently on the back of the box next to the age rating description stuff, there's just a little missile. And the tweet's like, love that someone at Capcom was like, yeah, why not put another missile in the box? I got space. Just put them there. Also, I understood almost immediately that this has got to be a content descriptor saying like there's guns in the game and this means there's knives or blades or something. But the combination of the two in this specific configuration, it doesn't feel great. But anyway, I'm glad Missile's there. That's great. Happy. Love that for him. Missile's great. Go buy Ghost Trick. Go watch my VOD, my playthrough of Ghost Trick. It's great. And the RE, yeah, because it was apparently RE Engine can do Ghost Trick as well. What can it do? You didn't update the Twitter app in years like me, so you're not limited. Gotcha. I mean, it's fine. Honestly, I'm fine with. It's like, does it suck? Yes. This is why I was like, I don't want to get into it. It's just like I spend too much time on social media, so my app's self-imploding is maybe good for me. So, I never thought it would be the app holders themselves that are the final push I need to get off my fucking phone. So, it seems like they'd be the last people to do that, but hey, we live in interesting times, don't we? Anyway, should we get back to Ace Attorney? So, what the hell happened? So, we are on day 2. We just finished the second day of trial. So, this started with a murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot. A detective of the police force was murdered, presumably by the chief prosecutor, Lana Skye. Her younger sister, Emma Skye, who believes in science, whatever that is working with us to try to get Lana off the hook because she doesn't think Lana could do it, even though Lana confessed and had witnessed seeing her stabbing a man through the chest. We learned that simultaneous to that was a murder of the same exact man within the police station in the evidence room. And in the last stream, we figured out what happened there, where basically a detective who was demoted to patrolman, Officer Marshall, who is a cowboy, he has ties, several people, everyone has ties to a case from a couple years ago called SL9, and he was grabbing evidence from the evidence room because even though it was a serial killer who killed a bunch of people and they got him, but they got him with faulty, forged evidence. There's something weird there. So even though he was executed for it, and they're like, that's great, we all love that, but there's still some lingering questions. I don't know what those questions are. There's some, like, weirdness. And Marshall's still not satisfied with what happened. And also was Miles Edgeworth's first case as prosecutor. The Skye sisters were involved with it. Marshall, one of the victims had the last name Marshall, so that's presumably Marshall's tie to that case. So, was it his brother? I forgot if it was his brother or, like, father or some connection there, right? Emma watched too much Bill Nye. She watched too much Bill Nye as a kid and thought science was real. The TV will fry your brain, so you gotta be careful. Only got because the other dude died. Yeah, so now, we've basically solved, so part of the confusion and why that all happened was, Marshall disguised himself as Detective Goodman, the guy who was killed at the parking lot, and got access to his evidence locker. He's just trying to get some evidence before it gets transferred into cold storage, basically. Even though we learned that the statute of limitations is, what, like 10 or 15 years in this world? Because that came into play with DL6. The evidence being moved is like a soft statute of the limitation. It doesn't matter. He still was like, I gotta get my hands on that evidence, and I gotta do it now. No. Marshall is the Texaboo, yes. Oh, his first big case, not his first overall. Gotcha. Okay, I misunderstood then. Thank you. It's solved on the books, right? For unresolved cases, but they can still be reopened. Yeah, you're right, that's what it was. If it's unsolved, there's more time. These were, SL9 was considered solved, and they're just like, as part of that process, moving stuff into storage. Right, okay, chat told me that, and then I was like, that makes sense, and then I promptly forgot it. Thank you for reminding me. So, was he actually texting the original localization? I don't know about the original Japanese. In this, though, he said he's not from Texas, even though he's like, where I'm from in Texas, but he's not from, I don't know. It's fine. And also, I have many, many lingering questions for Chief of Police Gant, because he's the one who was like, by the way, there was a murder in the police station, and I can't tell you about it, and now we know that there was no murder, there was never a dead body in the police station, so, hey Gant, what are you hiding? Because why would he lie about there being a murder? And it seems like everyone in the police station believed that there was a murder. So either they're all in on something, or Gant is lying to the force. Either way, weird things are afoot. But we basically now need to figure out what the hell happened with SL9? I'm not really sure what the connective tissue... I guess the idea is that because in the murder of Detective Goodman, Lana seems to either be complicit with what Marshall did or somehow connected there, because there was evidence from SL9 in the exhaust pipe of the car where the guy was murdered. They killed him in Edgeworth's car, and Edgeworth's tied to the case. So I think the idea is that in learning about SL9, it's going to bring us back to the original case we're trying to solve, because there's unanswered questions there. So Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna get back into it. So, how's that for a recap? Did I forget anything important? Probably, but I always try to recap it, and then the game's like, "Here's what happened," and I'm like, "Right, that makes more sense." Let's go back. Send me back. Pull me back in. Oh yeah, the Blue Badger murder man. That doesn't matter though. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. law offices. Hot Springs episode. Yeah, but that wasn't, you know, this is just this little side story. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. What'd she say? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Right, she basically admitted that they forged evidence. And then that's when the judge was like, all right, everyone, we're taking a lap. Everyone get out of here. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. How come some of the prosecutors dress like they're in the military? I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? Was she murdered? Was she murdered and I'm talking to a ghost? Is this Ghost Trick Prologue Part 0? Is Maya off to the side being like, wow, my spirit powers are really progressing? How you doing, Phoenix? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, right, it was his brother. That's right. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? I didn't. On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Dude looks like, what's his face from JoJo? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Oh no. So that means you, yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Hey, what's up with that? Looks like Larson from Deceiving. SL9. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. It was in the case file. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. He was running from Jake Marshall, presumably. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. After the incident, is there some karmic force in the universe that keeps anyone from ever seeing a murder take place? Yes. It's called plot contrivances. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that. I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? It was bogus. The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Deus Ex Machina. Yeah. It's called drama. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. He was involved in falsified evidence. Falsifying implies he contributed to the falsification. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must have not been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Permanent picture. Gonna dip for a while. Hey, weeb. Have a good one, weeb. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. Apparently. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. I want to see that scribble. 2 years ago! You must have been 14, that's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Is it a puzzle? There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? And I don't have any hip coins. You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why, then, would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Then where'd he get that knife? Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. At the police station? Not the prosecutor's office? Why you run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? The elevator where Edgeworth's dad was killed? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Oh. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. She went from being a detective to chief prosecutor? In 2 years? After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. What? That is suspicious. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Yeah, she speedran law school. Waha. That's not how that works. Can I, God, we have a lot of evidence. SL9? Check Charlie, you're right. It seems everything is somewhat related to this incident. What was it labeled again? SL9 incident? Yeah, the name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't Lana do? Not sure I want to know everything. Too bad! How's Charlie doing? How's my main guy? My #1 man. How you doing, boss? Charlie! Woo, Charlie! Been taking care of him in Maya's absence. Huh? He looks a little yellow today. No! No, Charlie! Oh, I watered him just now. I mixed in a lot, too. Mixed in what? Why, my very own scientific additive. Well, Charlie, you like it? He's dying, Emma. I told you he's turning yellow. Emma, keep your science away from Charlie. He doesn't deserve that. You stay here. I'm going to the detention center. My God, Emma. She's gonna kill Charlie. She gave him plant drugs. We're gonna have another murder trial during this case. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Well, I mean, a man was sentenced to death because of false evidence, so... You know. Well, Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana? Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. I am the right Mr. Wright. I call Charlie to the stand, Your Honor. A leaf drops off Charlie. Now, a lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen. I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, no, literally, the devil is involved in this case. At 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. A legal exorcism, that's different than a religious exorcism. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. With Gant. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? Then he was the vice head of criminal affairs, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could later use that experience in court. Oh, that's all? Gant's help in the SL9 case was critical in its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Yeah. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. I almost said Drake. Second in command, that means the chief detective was no doubt Damon Gant. Yes, Detective Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. And we finished each other's sandwiches. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when the last murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Detective Gant and Prosecutor Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages when Dark must have panicked. He waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. So don't explain how he had that knife. No, it does not. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? 3 bodies? Thank you. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall stuck a final blow before he died. He stuck him. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through a pile. 3 a pile makes. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Goodbye. I'm off. Smell you later. Now if you get the Eternal Sunshine treatment, got him. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The head of the department seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Can I talk to the Blue Badger plush? Sir? Where were you at the time of the crime? The Blue Badger, the future star of the Force. Designs changed from outside. The dancing Blue Badger is still under development. It's cutting edge stuff. I really like that plushie back there. He's a little guy. He's got a little line face. The entrance? Can I zoom on that Badger? I cannot, unfortunately. The song still haunts me. Oh, this one? Well, not this one. Howdy, Bambino. Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. Hello, Mogus? I can't, it's not, listen, despite the soundtrack, it's not Spirit Tracks. It's a voluntary appearance. We all know I won't be coming back. Que sera, sera. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Sir? Choo, choo, choo. Dark! The orchestrated version. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Gotcha, Verbs. Give it a listen later, thank you. Man, that album art is very good. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. But, however, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? We know that's what happened, Phoenix. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Here's what I'm thinking happened. Why would the knife not match? Well, that I don't know. But what I think, based off what we know at this point, right? And just go ahead and smile or post diddles, chat. I think maybe it was Gant, maybe it was someone else, came into the room and saw the murdered Marshall. Oh, no, actually, I think they knocked each other out. Emma passed out, and Dark and Marshall were both knocked out. Neither were killed. Marshall wasn't killed. Then someone like maybe Gant, maybe Lana later, I don't know. Probably not. I'm just gonna say it was Gant, because he seems like he has the most cause. He goes in, sees that they're both knocked out. He murders Marshall, and then they have their evidence. That's the real evidence of saying, look, we can prove that Dark killed a man because it happened right here. Whereas clearly, he killed a bunch of people, but they don't have hard evidence for anything up to that point. Otherwise, they would have arrested him and put him on trial at that point. This justice system is so fucked. They wouldn't be interrogating him if they could just throw him in a trial right away. So they needed hard evidence on him, and that must be... And then there was like a cover-up to be like, here's why the evidence doesn't match. I don't know why they used a different knife. Maybe because it was like Joe Dark's knife that was used in the trial, but not the knife that killed Marshall. No hardy evidence to sentence Darky. Yeah. Do I lock your answer? No, because I've been wrong before. But that's where I'm currently hypothesizing. Because it's like if Dark killed Marshall, why would any evidence need to be falsified? That's the question. So, and then that justifies why Officer Marshall, not prosecutor, Officer Marshall, the one still alive, Cowboy, that's why he has such a bone to pick, because he's like, Dark didn't kill my brother, Gant did. Check me in parlor. Okay, fine. I'll stop cooking. But that's where I'm at right now. Never mind. I take all that back. You know who did it? I did it. It was me. I dressed up as the Blue Badger and I murdered a man. And you can't prove it was me, even though I just admitted it in court. Shit. Anyway. The scars the SL9 incident left behind. How could I? I don't know, I thought it'd be funny. I did it for the Vine. Come on. Prosecutor Marshall. Or Prospector Marshall. I got the looks, but he got the brains. But he was one of the best prosecutors around. You guys look the same. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? Thanks, Crazy Tiger. Welcome, enjoy the emotes. He was 27 at the time. Oh my god. Basically old enough for retirement in this universe. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You don't mean King of Prosecutors. Why is this trophy important? It keeps coming up. Not that again. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Oh my god, it's like poetry. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. The case stands for COPE. Oh, there was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, that even more so points all the fingers to Gant. That everyone was demoted or shuffled around or moved to a different office, except for Gant, who got a promotion. Miss Star was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. The other thing I was thinking, and this is like kind of metagaming it a bit, was what I know about the development of these games, that this game was made for the Game Boy Advance and didn't release till the DS till much later, many years later, several years later. So if Gant as Chief of Police, which Chief of Police has to be an important role in a lot of these cases, right? Maybe a couple of them. It seems weird that they would introduce him in an extra case they made for the DS release, where if he was in like the second game, that's when they would have written an introduction with him. So like kind of metagaming it, I'm like, that's also made me sus of Gant of like, he might not be in the other games. So, I don't know. Maybe he shows up later and it's all fine. Miss Starve was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? John Goodman. If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get sus. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Why does Diddles match every song in the game? Flanders just has the moves. Stupid, sexy Flanders. They? He was in Smash Bros. Other than Ganondorf being in Smash. Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant and Sky. my stupid thumb. I hit with my big dumb thumb. But, okay. Meh. The lamp also matches. Chief Detective Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Skye. Ray is good at dancing. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? I don't mean to keep giving Phoenix a cowboy accent. It just keeps happening by mistake. Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. And that's what she wanted. So she was set aside, but also got what she wanted out. She's never been the same since she left. So maybe that's why she's complicit in all this, is she stands to lose her current standing if SL9 is cast into doubt, because that's what allowed that transfer to happen. So even if she didn't kill Goodman, she might have. But even if she didn't kill him, she doesn't want, she'd rather take the fall. I don't, because she would be guilty of murder. Man. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. On a secret. It all started 2 years ago. Hint to get things from future games is still a spoiler, correct. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Oh! Wait. Was he drinking a cap this whole time? What was that? Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino. Well, there's no accent, so he's going, adios, Bambina. Adios. Dio? The music stopped. Hey, chat, there he is. There he is, chat. He's your favorite. The blue badger's writhing in agony. Yeah. Adio, Bambina. Look at him go. God. New Fortnite dance when? Speaking of dancing, the police department's been dancing like crazy. Yeah. All right. The blue barger is BTTV. No. Can I take out his batteries? Now. Let's go. Actually, are these guys doing... Is there a different reason from saluting today? That patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. So I cuffed a lot, right? Well, you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh, man, I hate it when that happens. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was just listening to how his friend messed up. He was listening really hard. They make a good pair. That's like my favorite running bit in this fucking case. Is that for no reason, he has a different reason to have his hand up every time. How do I go up to Gant's office? Maybe I gotta talk to the guy in here about it? Oh, we had to talk to Marshall first, and that's gonna make things progress, probably. Thank you for the bits, Ebbe. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Well, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. It can be chaotic. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just head across the hall to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Wait, what? You're not allowed in there? Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Okay. Like, what? What? Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. What? What on earth is happening? Why would they go out of their way to be like, wait, you can't go in there? All right, let's go. Okay. Chief's office. Does he have a pipe organ? He really is Gantendorf, isn't he? My God. What the hell? What? Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? His theme music is diegetic. Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Even I know where middle C is. I don't know how to play a piano or organ. Oh my god, he was summoned. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Mr. Wright, have you been swimming lately? Yeah, since noon, I went swimming. No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. He swam here. I just swam here. Boy, my arm's tired. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Oh, good. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. So that was taken the day of the incident. Something's not right with this picture. Yeah, the hell's going on the far right? I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Also, that vase behind them was the thing we assembled in the evidence locker. It's gotta be. Huh. Gant team picture adds a court record. Is that a knight in that suit of armor, or is he just happy to see me? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, yeah, you go first. We'll just hang back here. Those pauses are so unsettling. They're so good. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. But if we just walk in again... Oh. Can we climb up the outside like Spider-Man? The Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, were you in a meeting? I was, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long in the meeting? Actually, I had to serve everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No? Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to, yep. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Hey, can you listen to Gant's office for no reason? But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Sorry. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence he presents in court. Not the police that give him the evidence. Is he supposed to independently confirm every piece of evidence? Normally, prosecutors don't have access to crime scenes. Not only that, but as you know, there've been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. Those who don't like him haven't been able to do anything because of his amazing talent as a prosecutor. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only had that, but he's young. There's no better SP I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat, Dick. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yeah, yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Like a dick. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Everyone loves Dick. SL9 incident. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, well, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. I forgot. But it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Yeah, okay. Presenting the weapon. I forgot to charge my DS. About this. Hey, don't tell me that. It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 Incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. What was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. What were we talking about? Tell me about his crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? Wait, you realized how much fun it was killing people? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a second... What? A kid walked in, but just then too, he was killing two. The jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, why is this going so fast? What? First of all, why is it going fast? Second of all, wait. If I understood half of that, did he make a pile? Did he just fucking, he's playing Hitman? So he accidentally killed someone and then someone saw that, so then he killed that person, and then someone was jogging past and he killed that person? That is just how I play Hitman. Shit. Oh my god. Wow, that did escalate quickly. Oh my god, I did do it. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Why did they not let me go line by line through that? That's really weird. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but fortunately, he was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness? He must mean Emma. Okay. Remains to be seen. Stop it. Boo! Praise pile. Make a pile to get the Chaos Emerald like the casino. It's Sonic Adventure. This knife! It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the story bot it had, and it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. You mean like in his pocket? It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? Wait, that's extra fucked up. They couldn't... So he was stabbed with a different knife. So then they broke Dark's knife and just like mushed it into his fucking... That's so fucked up. That's so much more fucked up to just be like, this knife did it. Just like put some of his blood on that knife. Why would... What the fuck? Okay. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. Okay. Obviously, I don't know what happened. I'm just basing it off my own theory, but what... Marshall said that the knife... The gash in the body didn't match his knife. Maybe it was a hidden knife inside a bigger knife. That's pretty conclusive. We also have yet to see a statue clock in this case yet, so... Clearly there's more we don't know. Neil's autopsy report. Switchblade knife added to the court record. I mean updated. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. Updated switchblade record. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Because he gives everyone 50 bucks. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? Seems like a bad idea, but if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. That's quick. Oh. He hasn't put the clock in there yet. In other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Maybe the photo of everyone together. Check this out. Let me show a little advice with you as the detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. SL9 files? I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose. Milan was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. The jar. About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Thank you, Gumshoe. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office, and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? You just said chief's office. What? That's not good enough? Let me in. Let me in. That's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony? Of course. Yeah. Why is it a shield? Why is it broken? I forgot. He forgot. The Blue Badger! This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. This ID card belongs to the victim, Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Gumshoe. I forget my number a lot, too. But I'm me, and what could be wrong with that? I'm me, he says. I'm an attorney? Let me in? Here's my attorney's badge. What else could I show him that will let me into his office? That's the ID card record. Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. Morning, Shiv. Dumping. 777777777. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. That's not it either. We want to look for fingerprints. Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, Detective? Quick, run! Achoo! If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? Gesundheit. But the luminol. I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? Never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. What did you buy? I don't. Yeah, listen, Dick needs enhancement. I already did that. What on earth? Okay, now I'm just guessing. Couldn't believe Officer Marshall would do the thing. You knew Officer Marshall? Of course I did. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. A lost item report, huh? Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That has such a cool ring to it, Emma. Just trying to butter him up. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Okay, nothing about that. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. The shoe? The crime photo? That's the photo Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? Miss Starr is quite the lady. Well, I remember it was winter, I was 16. She was the only one who got me to talk about what happened. That's how old I am now. What happened? You were trench coat in high school. Right, we already got that before. Your phone. What? Edgeworth's knife. Found in Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Edgeworth's knife. What could drive Sky to do such a thing? Yeah, someone must have a grudge against Edgeworth. Back to why my office? I mean, they said. I don't think I have what you need. Am I missing something? Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess I am, because I've basically tried everything now. Yeah. Other than this, but yeah, got it. Photo again? There is yet to be a situation where showing the same thing twice changes it, like back to back. Okay. Needs to crate a gumshoe chow. He's hungry. Back to my office. Nope. I need something that would let him let us into the office. Go back here, I guess. Maybe you need to show the vase first. Oh. Maybe. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15, on the day of the crime. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we're just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Okay, so there's nothing here. I guess I can try... Well, let's swing by Edgeworth's office real quick. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. Huh? What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Let me look at that thing that you were, writing. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on, first let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you can't read, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Mr. Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Put it in my pocket. I wonder if I can use this in court. Alright, great. Holy shit, right? Hey, edgy boy. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? That list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but at the time there was only one thing on my mind. I used the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Let's show him the picture. Meh. I'm bad at using the D-pad and using the touchscreen. That's amazing. Here you go. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yeah? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. Oh, it's got like a sword on top of it. It's different, or like a lance? Something. Yeah. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor trophy used until that time. There was a story behind it. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Okay. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back. This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Tell me about the trophy. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. I thought you knew the story already, Phoenix. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. I solved your puzzle. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'd have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Is that the murder weapon? Chief Gant. Don't tell me they used an actual sharp blade as part of the trophy. King of Prosecutors trophy, update in the court record. Okay. Is there anything else? Maybe we're good. Well, we can show the letter of resignation to Gumshoe. He's serious. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. Emma? Sometimes the grown-up world can be tough. Emma? No. Someone's gotta be the scapegoat. That's what it means to be an adult. Let's go back to Dick. Emma, that's called slavery. Excuse me? Meow. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr! Guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. I don't like the way she phrased that, at all. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Also, I don't think the first person that drank milk... Do you think that... You know, I never thought about it. Did the first person to drink cow's milk just suck it from the nipple, or did they, like, pour it into something? They probably poured it into something. Seems kind of awkward. It reminds me of in Portal 2, one of the cores at the end spouts out facts, and one of them is the first person to drink milk was very, very thirsty. Now it stuck with me. It's good. What I come back to? Hey, welcome back. Everything's fine. Ah, milk. Listen, when you're thirsty, any port in a storm. Everyone in the trial was involved in the SL9 incident. I feel like early human history was paved by people being like, hey, this didn't kill me. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Ma'am? Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. Again, a lot of mileage out of this specific drawing. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. And you know when cow's milk was first used now. Good luck. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But she didn't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Yeah, I keep forgetting about how Goodman was the same. Everyone else got shuffled around. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? They forgot to demote him. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 years ago, Gant was chief detective and Lana's second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? When human milk be vegan friendly. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. How did he have that kind of power, though? That must have been his goal all along. Huh. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Don't worry about chat today. Yeah, chat, you just do your thing. I'm gonna do mine. And, we'll be fine. Okay. Let's go back to Gumshoe. Maybe the resignation letter is what we need. If not, then I don't know. Stop drinking human milk, you pigs. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Please, 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 please. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! We're breaking Gumshoe's heart. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. At first I thought he was as cold as ice. But now I know different. He's warm, but maybe tepid, like room temperature water. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID card tucked swiftly into your pocket. Well, great. I'm glad we now have what we need. I'm extremely, extremely minorly annoyed. Because yes, reading comprehension might not be my strong suit while I'm streaming, but it seems very clear. They're like, you have to show him something to prove that you need to get into Gant's office. And the answer is, go leave and have several other conversations, and then come back. I feel like there's a better way to kind of lead the player into that, but anyway. The police department ID card allows access to the areas that PD open to detectives. There it is. Okay. I mean, meh. Enhance. Police department. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. It's pretty extreme. So he's like, and has like everything wrong. That's pretty good. That's a good mental image. Stop, he's already dead. Compressed JPEG ass. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is, pal? Okay, bye. Chief's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. I got my driver's license photo back and it's a similar vibe. Yep. Yeah, my most recent driver's license photo. I had to get my license renewed like, I think it was early 2021. My license was set to expire in late 2020, and because of the pandemic, they were pushing back. They're like, we'll give you more time because DMVs are fucked, more so than usual. But by the time I finally had to go in, they're like, you need to do it now. I was still, like, very much in lockdown. I don't even know if I'd gotten my vaccine yet. Maybe it was, like, right when I'd gotten my vaccine. So my photo is, like, the most disheveled-ass photo of me ever. It's just, I'm just, like, completely out of it. And on top of that, it was a bad photo because I didn't know he was taking the picture. I just walked up and then he took it. There was no, like, ready or anything. So I'm just kind of, like, half aware. It's kind of amazing, but, yeah. I look horrendous, yeah. I, like, don't even want to share it. It's that bad. But every time I have to show my ID, I'm like... I don't know. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. Open sesame! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting you to bail me out. Did she slap him? One eye's looking the wrong way. I look so deeply sad. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I thought you were a ghost? I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Crumpled Gumshoe's ID card in pocket. What do you mean I crumpled it? Hey, don't do that to my card! What the fuck is happening? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. So is that to mean I don't have his ID card anymore? I don't. I'm glad I inspected it when I had the chance. Actually, let's talk to him first before we poke around. You wouldn't crumple a card. How? I assumed that they were like thick laminated cards. What do you mean I crumpled it? That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yep, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. What a rousing speech. Of course he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Yowza. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. That's what you think. Detective Gumshoe to Miles Edgeworth is Samwise Gamgee to Frodo Baggins. I can't carry the crime scene, Mr. Wright, but I can carry you. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think. No. Maybe. No. No, don't worry about it. No, I would. But maybe. Nah. Chief Gant. Might be a suspect, do you? What? Yeah, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There he goes, ignoring me again. See you later. Beep, 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 beep. It's got a little bonsai tree. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. Well, it looked identical to the evidence list icon when Miles was talking about it. This looks like a list of evidence used in a case. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this. Look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. I guess in case you missed that dialogue with Miles. Oh shit. It's Rat Jam o'clock. This is the official Rat Jam theme song. That list of evidence, it seems too short. Okay, well, never mind. You can't miss that dialogue, I guess. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. Let's take a look at that. The list of evidence in the SL9 incident ripped in half. Oh, not only is it shorter than it's supposed to be, but it's been ripped in half. Enhance. Well, huh? Huh? Oh, this is the drawing that Emma made. Oh. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Whoa. I love how they sync up in chat and they don't stream. Yeah, the stream overlay. Yeah, it only lines up per message. It's not a global sync. I know. I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Okay, can't spoil the surprise. It's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Okay. Sure. It's nothing. Rat on the pads. And Mr. Rat on the synth. Give us a solo. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Reminds me of baseball. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Yeah, here it is. No! How was that not it? I guess that wasn't it. I was so sure that was the number. Maybe we should check the court record again. Fine. Jenny, how could you? A 7-digit number. Let's try that again. Alright, this time I know what it is. Zoom in with my eyeballs. Input number. Zoom in with my Blade Runner eyeballs. Enhance, 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 enhance! Maybe the number is... boobs. Oh my god. I summoned Dan with 8675309. Oh, I could have done boobies. You're right. Oh my god, Dan, thanks for the raid. I just inputted 8675309 into that safe. And then, not 30 seconds later, you raided me. That's amazing. Hope you had a good stream, Dan. Thank you. Maybe we should check the record again. Alright. Alright, okay. This time for real. Hey, how you doing, Raiders? We're playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We're deep into case 5, the final case of the first game. I never played it before, so no spoilers. But, how's the kitty cat? How's the kitty cat? Input number. I can't believe I summoned Dan. With Jenny. I wonder if the code is 7. They said it's a 7-digit code, and the only number that's 7 digits is the number 7. Because it's number 7. I know, maybe it's 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
We're in.
What are the chances? Just a whole lot of 7s. What if on the touchpad there was just like a big like greasy thumbprint on the number 7? Because that's the only digit he ever touches on there. That would be great too. If it was just like extremely obvious. It's like he only touches 7. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? Who's born on July 77th? 7777 AD. You can use the fingerprint powder for that? Wait, can you? I guess I try. Actually, no, it only lets me use the fingerprint powder, like, in very specific contexts, but use the fingerprint, I mean, maybe. Whose birthday was that? 777777. The final ID card number on the record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. You're July 7th, 1997. Did you murder a man 2 years ago in this very office? Anyone care to look inside? No. Make your password ID for safety. Yeah. Just make your password the word password. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Oh, gumshoe. Look, it's a... can you prove it? A shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? It's a clock. It's saying ook ook. There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. She likes cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove that their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to SL9? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Yeah. Check this out. Check this out. Bam. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? All of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. That was yesterday. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Do it. Let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. I like the idea that Gant comes back to his office and sees the three of us sitting on the floor of his office with, like, construction paper and scissors and glue. Like a goddamn preschool. Smoosh that in there. Yeah! Da-da-da-da-ba-da-bing. Look at this jar. Every time I do, it makes me, There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. And he had 2 years to destroy this evidence and didn't? In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. How so? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood? I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? I mean, there was blood on the other spot, on the other pieces of the jar. Jar date hasn't been updated. Okay. And how I prove the cloth is related. Some other handprint or something? Like this? Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. Never mind. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. The glove! Of course. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. I got to stay positive. Okay. How is that handprint? Is that in here? Is that the cloth that was on Marshall's jacket? Okay. Maybe I need to keep perusing through here? Let's keep examining. It was a blood jar. Can we dust it? No, wait, nope. Where is the jar? There it is. Nope. Because the way that it works is you don't select the fingerprint scent and then say dust it. It's just kind of like, it's a little bit more rigid. Whereas the luminol we can spray any which way, which I do intend to do once I'm done examining. Because I'm assuming that there's going to be blood stains on the left side of the room. And maybe over here too, because why not? No clues here. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. You're only 16. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be. Unfathomably based. So true, bestie. Become untaxable. Ungovernable and untaxable. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. You want to rephrase that? Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in his ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Gant's a big fan of Phantom of the Opera. Yes. Yes, he is. Thank you for the bits. Cave. One could very realistically hide in the organ, though. That's true. That's much more reasonable than hiding. Can I play it? Hiding in a suit of armor. Would you look at that? Big ol' organ. Look at that again. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. That's a fair assumption, Gumshoe. Gee, you think? I really like when this game sets me up to make the same exact commentary as Phoenix. It happens a lot. The game says something stupid, and I'm like, why would you say that? And then Nick's like, why would you say that? And I'm like, thank you. Alright. Her computer. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? Nope. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? I wrote this subconsciously. I incepted Shu Takumi. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Why didn't she take the picture with? Oh, that's sad. Okay, well. Is her chair part of the desk? Yep. Is the top still spinning? Wouldn't she like to know? Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Gumshoe got them intrusive thoughts. It's cool. Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Snake Eater. Let's get Spritz and some luminol. Wait, the floor is examinable? This mark looks like some kind of flower. Or it is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Lumino. No blood on the organ. Thank God. Alright, what about over here? Yeah, there you go. As expected. Meh, meh, meh. Meh. Wow! This area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? Oh, sorry. It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here. Okay. Isn't it? I didn't see anything else. So, what else is there? I have to prove the handprint. What else can I throw to him to let me take that handprint? Maybe we can dust it for prints. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Okay. Chad was even saying we could dust the thing for prints, and I was just like, no, you can't. I didn't think about presenting it as evidence to a guy. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints. That's a great idea, Detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, heh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told 1,000,000 times. Sheesh, Phoenix. All right, let's get this over with. Which finger to examine? How about the middle finger? That one looks pretty firmly planted there. A choppa 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 cha. Cha 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 cha. Yeta cha cha cha. You got just a light little dusting. Just a careful little dusting on there. There you go. Just a little bit. A little spritz will do you. A little goes a long way. What if I just tap the shit out of the DS? Yeah, that works too. Meh. Woo! Parmesan cheese. What about, Damon's prints? Sure. Nope. Right, someone said you can see a preview. Can we get a chunky Amogus in the corner? No! This stuff's expensive. Good. Seems kind of different in this half of the game. Yeah, it's a little bit different. We're out of clues this time. Yeah, but this was inside the chief's safe. Right. Along with that shard. That means it's gotta have something to do with the incident. The one that happened right here in this room. She's right. We should check the fingerprints of everyone who was in here that day. The way I see it, there's a higher power at work here. You just gotta have faith. Thank you. So how do you... There you go. That's so you can see other people's... It matches with Bruce? No, it doesn't. It does look kind of similar, though. It looks... Is it the mirror image of Lana's? No. It kind of looked like the mirror image. Gumshoe is Irish Catholic. That's canon. Because, like, maybe it was like a print that was lifted off something? I don't know. Who else? It's Emma's fingerprint? It's Emma's fingerprint. Did she do it? Emma? Why did you murder a man? Is that why Lana's covering up? Because Emma subconsciously was the killer all along? And she's trying to defend her sister? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, well, whose fingerprints? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst! Hey, you! Over here! Gumshoe, you're standing next to me. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside of the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Short cloth folded and added to the court record. I liked when it says it's like, it's been crumpled up, or it's been folded and headed into the courtyard. It's like a little bit of fun character. Was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless? Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gant! Quick, Emma, slap him! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Was he okay? Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Oh, that's kind of cute. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. Oh man, I didn't realize Gumshoe was only in this one game. But I mean, if Emma did the murder and Gumshoe's off the force, then I guess that's what's happening. We'll be on our way too, then. Oh wait, you the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. It's hard to believe anyone could keep quiet about it all this time. Anyway, you're listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police want to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Okay. Time for Detective Gumshoe to kiss some shoes. Poor Gumshoe. February 24th. Visitor's room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. You think I remember what happened a couple days ago? I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. Oh yeah, that. You know, I think I finally figured it out. Who it is you're hiding behind those words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Tell me what happened. Saul Goodman is dead. They murdered him. Hey, game. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Damon? Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Oh, she's afraid of Meekins! I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about the circumstances? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly investigated that evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, who was first in command, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Falsified evidence. I mean, the broken jar, I mean, that's hidden evidence. Is that the same as falsified? The knife. The knife is falsified. Or maybe the autopsy report. You want proof of the chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you with all your fallacious accusations. Care to spend tonight in the next cell? If you ask me, you're the scary one. Wait, so was that wrong? What if I show her the autopsy report? Not Goodman's. Niels? Do it again. Okay. Because the autopsy report, stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung, knife tip was in the wound. Stabbed from the back. But when they're tussling, they're fighting face to face. Died from blood loss in over 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Wait, the missing tip wasn't in the body? It just was missing the... That's even weirder. Take this. You want proof of the chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right, but it's not the chief. What? Why is that wrong? Okay, we'll try this again. What about, check this out. Check this vase out. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this strip of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Okay, that's what... That's not forging evidence, that's withholding it. Whatever, it's fine. The person concealing evidence, was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. I don't speak French. Touchy, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Bagel Cop in the background's being very nice, not passing any of this along. Yeah. Listen, the client confidentiality is important. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Okay, that's another bit that I just filled in. So, here's what I'm thinking, is Gant brought Goodman to, so Goodman could open up his safe, right? Because I don't know, whatever, we'll get to that. For whatever reason, he was like, I need this evidence from SL9. And that's presumably independent from Marshall. Maybe he knew Marshall was going to go in there, so he wanted to get to it first. I don't know. But then he killed Goodman right then and there in the evidence room, and then put his body in Miles' car, and then was like, hey, Miles, bring this screwdriver back to the prosecutor's office. And that's why Lana was ready to go. And just minutes later, jumped in there. And then even made it seem like she stabbed him, so she wasn't just manhandling an already dead body. But murder's illegal, you're right. No, this makes sense. You'll find it inside the trunk. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk was broken. I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. He stabbed him with the evidence knife. Man. The knife from SL9. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That'd be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr. Could have just taken the one knife out and not stabbed him with a new knife. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. The muffler in the muffler, and Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. No, in his car. That's what I... Ma'am? Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident. But don't worry about it. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Officer Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. How can I not? You just gave me every reason to go forward with this. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. I said don't. I gotta get to the bottom of this. Stay on the top of this. Here I go, getting to the bottom. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. I missed all those relevant plot details making Edgeworth play guitar. That's fine, don't worry about it. I've got to get to Lana's bottom. Getting to the bottom, gotta dig. Yeah, dig up the truth. And maybe some cool rocks. Hey, Metastar, thanks for the raid. It's February 25th, 9:47 a.m. Do you know where your evidence is? The defendant lobby, number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Uh-oh. And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgy. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt on this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling on the defendant. 5 minutes after the trial starts, Lana will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. See you there, Miles. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now! His stone-cold heart is slowly melting. Too bad there's a rock inside of that ice. February 25th, 10 a.m. Courtroom number 9. Multiple people in chat be like, here's what Miles is thinking. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Well, that's highly unusual and not at all suspicious. Chief Gant. That's good, Cam. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh, good. He's hungry. Is he gonna think about burgers? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although it is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Oh, what? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Fix is like, oh shit. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. Thanks for the bits, Kaif. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, for Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this, mark my words. He's saying that in court. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. He's picturing himself as a horse right now, isn't he? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister. That's not an occupation. I want to be a scientific investigator. That's also not an occupation. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Lana pays Emma to be her sister? Yes! I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Judge grabbing his popcorn. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I live for this wacky shit. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. A little bit of drama for the proceedings. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I thought I didn't have the job anymore, but okay. I was waiting at my sister's office that day. Prove it.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, man.
Yes, she was second in command under Chief Detective Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Hyperbole? No. That's a fact for the court. I remember. Chief Detective Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. Joe Dark? The murderer? Prosecution has no evidence that defense technically doesn't represent a client anymore. That is this good shit. Yeah, that is exactly what's happening. Yeah. It is 5 minutes into the trial and it's completely gone off the rails already.
Descalé? A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. I feel like Descalé and Edgeworth would be friends. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Detective Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Gant was there too. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. Borgcham almost has the same BPM as the testimony thing. A version of this, we swap out the main synth for barks. Arf, 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 arf. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute.
If it was pitch dark in that room,
you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
Because the brain works just like a camera. I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture?
Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Talk about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added the statements to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. France! French it! You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind, can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Yep, alright. I drew a picture of the scene, but it's lost. Good thing I found it. It was on the evidence list, right? Yeah. Objection! Objection! You gotta yell it. Viz, I'm in Quebec and have a headache. How's the law? I don't know how to say anything in French. It's good. I was gonna try to say something in French. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you still insist on denying its existence? It's muy bien. Moi bien. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. Pardon my French. Lawler. Me good. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SO9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Paper has two sides? Yeah, rotate. Yeah, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Scientifically speaking, of course. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Updated evidence list. Order. Who would have thought the picture would have been drawn on the back of the list? That was handed to Detective Goodman in the questioning room. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. I'm fine. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh, I didn't think about that. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is something drawn on the back of my list. He regained composure quite quickly. This is that thing! That thing! Oh! Oh my god, he did it.
That's that. That thing. That thing.
You hit that thing I sent you?
That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Apparently the head of criminal affairs used this for his blueprint. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list has been updated.
Great. That thing.
Very well, witness.
Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something. She seemed to be thinking about something when she saw the picture. Emma's picture. I think this game might be good. This game might be very good. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Doc about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
You almost choked on your Christini. Oh, you did choke on your Christini. R.I.P. Al. I'm sorry. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the detective team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness.
But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. I'm dead now, 07. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. That's what Edgeworth said. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright,
is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. So which line am I supposed to throw that on? Let's safety save. Phoenix work on commission. Yeah, Miles might have that power, though. Is there a salary he can't cut? This shows exactly what I saw that instant. Let's try it there, on the picture. So I figure we throw out the autopsy report. Seems that one piercing heart lung. This says stabbed in the back. That's what I want. Objection.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? It's from the front. He stabbed him in the back. Is the Wiimote? Is this the splash screen when you're playing Wii Sports and they're like, be careful not to, make sure you use the wrist strap at all times. You might accidentally injure someone if you're holding the Wiimote wrong. Like, oh my god. Gotta be the rule. It's not the knife that's the problem, it's that he's facing him and he stabbed him in the back. But would that just be like him holding his chest? Because no, I'll try it. I don't know if that's right. I think it's this part here. Fuck! I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks! Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess it means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson. I better take another look at that autopsy report in this picture. Okay, hold on. Mr. Wright, perhaps it'd be faster if you point out the contradiction. Yeah, okay, hold on. It's the blade itself. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see that its tip is broken. That's the contradiction? In fact, you don't even have to look closely to see that. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the mustard? The murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. No. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. No, where could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. So I was right about finding the contradiction, but then I had to pick the weapon, not him? Okay, whatever. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. I guess, never mind. Never mind, they are, okay, that's right. That's fair. Yeah, that's fine. I rescind my previous frustration. Ah! Sorry, I just stubbed my toe. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? I don't think you can yell objection at the judge just pontificating. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? It's good objection volley. Good form, back and forth. About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. My badge. I'm an attorney. The trophy? The pointy bit of the trophy? The blue badger did it. I can't save, so, this one. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you of the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance? Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon's already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. The real murder weapon. Request. What case was this from? AI-16. Nothing to do with the current case. Or is it? Huh? How'd that dear? What? Well, the vase? How could the vase be the murder weapon? I mean, it had blood on it, but had to do it to him. What'd you do? Maybe it was a big paper cut. A really, really big paper cut. It couldn't have been Edgeworth's knife. I mean, I have to think stupid, right? So maybe it time traveled. I don't know. The blue badger did it. Victim's note on a cell phone. Parking lot floor plans. Crime photo. Victim's shoe. Belonging to murderer Joe Dark. Evidence that shows a broken knife somewhere. Right, that's why I'm like, this is the knife. So it can't be this, because it's the one we're saying it's not. It's known many victims. ID card record. Fingerprinting set. Screwdriver. Goodman lost this thing. Evidence room. Rubber glove. Doubt he was killed with a rubber glove. Unstable jar. Final fragment found. I have no idea what this has to do with anything. Marshall's prints. Pretty video. Yeah. Single stab wound piercing heart, lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. The only other broken sword I know of was the shield. Which they said no to. You killed him. Why? Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. That's a hell of a stab wound. The shield doesn't have the knife right now. No, but it used to. Oh, but so I was right, but I have to present the photo? That's stupid. I'm gonna try this. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. So I was right, I just present, whatever.
I was so stumped. It's like that was the only thing I could think of. So I was thinking, okay. There's a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. Pat, 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 pat. Hit the paper with your hand. Okay. That's a broken knife. Still, you would need a lot of force to puncture someone's heart and lungs from the back? I mean, Gant seems like a strong dude, but even still, my God. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the picture was not Joe Dark's knife. Picture not to scale. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award. It's a heavy award. Maybe dropped it? He was like, oh no, they're unconscious. And then there's a Rube Goldberg machine. Emma was playing with marbles on the floor, and he went, whoa, 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 whoa. And then he held onto the curtains, and then that snapped, and then the impact from that sent a part of the beam flying and hit a book, which fell over. And it just, order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a broken knife. The scene goes trick. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? The Blue Badger did. The Blue Badger did it. I knew it. What do you know, Emma? This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. The fucking music. What? It's above them and sideways? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the Blue Badger? This should be interesting. The Gremlin did it. Madwin beats Steven with his fitting. Yeah, only one. Do it. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. She rushed towards them. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. Like Batman outside the window? Batman. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. When shit makes no sense. I'm gonna refresh chat. Yo. I'm Batman. It's me, Batman. There you go. This is certainly most unusual. Overseeing his will be done. Try impossible. The head detective of criminal affairs didn't even design him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further! Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye.
We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. How the fuck was the blue badger there? The only thought that I have right now is that, like, it was a very fancy-looking window, and part of the pattern in it just, like, looks like the blue badger, but why would that have been so important that she had to draw that down in recollecting the murder? I guess we'll find out. Emma's recollection. I'm just saying I have no idea. When I saw that man raise his knife, I'm at 3 health, so let's you know, just be careful here. The badgers really died for our sins. That's the higher power that Gumshoe keeps talking about. Hey, Viscerel. Hey, don't. Think stupider. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked. Wait, go back. When I saw a man raise his knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help Mr. Marshall. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Oh, what do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. In a matter of just a few seconds, Miss Sky was almost killed, then she witnessed the murder about to take place. A little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But the head detective of criminal affairs thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. Bar badger. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. I'll start with that damn smile. He's so happy to be here. Sorry. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I just might know? The blue badger hadn't even dreamed up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Is he behind me? Oh God, is he behind me? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. This? Could it have been this? I mean, how could this have had like 3? They're not, that's not the right orientation. Or isn't it? If you do it just right, it do be do. Take that. The mysterious blue badger was in fact these. But that's what exactly is that? It's horrendous. I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Oh god. Just spin around and then... I hope this doesn't have to be extremely precise. That looks good to me. Well, is this a miracle or what? It does have to be pretty precise? Well, then I nailed it. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. First try, nailed it. How'd I do that in one shot? Because I'm a god gamer. Everyone's mad. Don't forget the Barry principle, chat. If it's easy to do, it'll take me 5 hours to do. If it's hard to do, I'll get it first try. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this jar thing. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Well, it couldn't have been the murder weapon unless there was a pointy bit on it. Which is possible. The murderer, the location. Is that visible in this picture? That is behind them. It changes the location. It was on Gant's side of the office, but the blood was on Lana's side. I'm gonna say location, but I don't know how that makes sense. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. Not only that, but she saw it in a very specific angle. Knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? I guess so. Yeah, why not? Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. What? Huh? Huh? He's so stupid that Edgeworth's surprised. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. It threw the air. It threw the air out of the way. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ow! The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yeah, that explains how I got punctured all the way fucking through. Yes! And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the prosecutor's award. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If offense took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh, Emma fucked up. Emma takes her face off and it's Joe Dark. And I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling prosecutors. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Yeah. Thud. It was probably Descalay. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Where'd she go? What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. So, okay, so then Gant and Lana knew that it was Emma, and Gant basically used that to blackmail Lana. And was like, listen, if the truth comes out, then your sister's life is ruined. That's why she would literally claim she was guilty for a murder. It's not to protect her own career. It's for Emma's sake. That makes more sense. Imagine that coming from you. Yeah, weren't you detained by the bailiff? If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. If only Maya was here. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Or isn't it? I call to the stand Mr. Ghost Deadman. Tucci, Miss Skye, Tucci. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Somehow. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth that Emma did a murder. No matter how painful it may be. And now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. It's gotta be the jar, though I'm not sure I see a name on here. It's just kind of some scribbles. But it's gotta be that, so here you go. Take that. Take that. This is the message of the deceased. Fail it, please. Fail it once. Oh, oops. I didn't. What happens if you fail it? This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is it gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. You die? You just die. IRL. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. There's a line here drawn in blood. The blue badger murders you. Oh, hell yeah. Connect the dots. What you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. Now, Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. He opens up his briefcase and pulls out a box of crayons. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. He wrote, ow. Ooh, ow, ow, oh. He wrote, accident. Hiya! It's a defense attorney's duty to prove his client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. This is gumshoe. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She might not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. Who's Emma? Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Knew it was Gant. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Thanks to your forged evidence, you asshole. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Wow. He's really... He hit the blame anyone but me. He hit that button and smashed it in a million pieces. That means we got him. That means we got him, actually. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Mommy, why you keep taking me to the courthouse? Order! Horseman, you know, just made a good point. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Whee! I call the swings. Where the trial is headed, no one knows. Yeah, I have a guess. To be continued. There's more? There's more? Jesus Christ. You guys were not kidding. This is a big case. Let's go day 4. There cannot be a day 4. They can't. They can't. February 25th, 12:06, defendant lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Is that a textbook on law? I can only just barely make out the word something law. And there's like a stuffed animal behind a desk. What am I looking at? Have a good one, Sammy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the hydrate. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Evidence law. I'm sure you know the 2 rules of evidence law, don't you, Wright? Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Can at least study some evidence law, really? There's payoff for that? The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read in the, 10 minutes we have. Securely slipped evidence law into pocket. Evidence law for dummies. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Yeah, hold on. Let me take a look at that. Premise Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Touch check for details. Rules for submitting evidence. 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case in trial. Okay. Fine. The 1-page long book. Yeah. So. Okay. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of, and the Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Nothing else matters. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. He stole fizzy lifting drinks. February 25th, 1252. District Court, courtroom number 9. Number 9? Number 9? The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Why does he bow? Anytime Edgeworth bows, it's fucking hilarious to me. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, and he dies. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that Mr. Edgeworth may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. Really? Really? That's... okay. The judge is like, the rumor mill, you know. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's never been a case example. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. He's like a very impressionable child, yeah. He doesn't have object permanence. Then it's settled. Good night, Duke. Thanks for stopping by. The Blue Badger to the stand. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, that's you. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over. The defense calls... the defense is calling... Can I phone a friend? The parrot! I call the parrot to the stand. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Oh, okay. I kind of want to see what happens if you choose someone else, though. I'd call Gumshoe! Objection! It appears I've overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment, I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Mr. Wright, this court has long since tired of your questionable antics. I still don't have any concrete evidence, but judging by the direction everything seems to be pointing, there's another person even more sus than Gumshoe. The defense calls Chief Gant. Take that! Take that! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? He has everything to do with everything! As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Welcome back, chemist. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. We'll go swimming, whatever you want. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. What about por qué no los dos? You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. What? Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Brave and stupid is two sides of the same coin. Phoenix has two of those coins. And they're both flipped to stupid. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Where'd he get a knife from? When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Doc was arrested? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Let's go. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Pay for the hydrate. He's addicted to workahol. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. Yeah, okay. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole enchilada. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Here's what I'm thinking. I had nothing to do with the forgery. Yeah, but then what about the stuff in your safe? Like the cloth and the broken jar
Maybe the cloth? I'm worried that the jar is gonna be like, what? The jar was sitting there. I had nothing to do with that. But I specifically need to be like, there was stuff in your safe, bro. The strip of cloth. Objection! Objection! If you're gonna stare at anything, stare at me. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please? I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case in trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, G. Swim later? Let's go for a swim. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. So I guess I am supposed to throw the jar at him. Because that's already established. I had nothing to do with the forgery, but the jar! The jar! Objection! Objection! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Who? Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? Edgy's standing up for me. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. How does Edgeworth know that? Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. But what? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, I'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Evidence of forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yeah, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know, swim class later and all. All right, Udgy. In return, though, I know, that place, right? What are these guys, telepathic? I love me some backyard deals. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. They're going to the pool. I'd appreciate if you stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. Huh? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when your fingerprints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove your investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery... I'm not through speaking yet, Mr. Wright. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, would only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Mr. Wright, think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Hang the thinker did it, with the clock. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neo? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. He's saying that on the stand, so it's gotta be true. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, who would he have helped someone out? Campus? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, I'll ask. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? This gotta be Lana. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppets as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. Puppet. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. JK, unless... Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Huh? What? What? How is he not in contempt of court? Because he owns everyone? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the Chief of Police of blackmail and murder? That's it. It's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. He said it first. It was him. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the Chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Yeah, I'll do that right now. Hold on. Phoenix, what are you doing? Why are you leaving? Oh, I gotta take a piss. A time piss. Okay, I'm back. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Just remember, it better be good. I'm just gonna throw out the ID card record. This one. Yeah, this one. Take that. Take that. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Doesn't prove that's his ID number, but, you know, that's all we have. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the... Oh my god, look at him. He had a comeback for everything. How does he not... I mean, what? We'll see. But why is he breaking with this when he'd be like, I like that number, it's not my ID though. You entered the evidence room the day of the crime. Circumstantial. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Do I have that? Is that something I have? It was submitted to the chief. He didn't finish filling it out though. But take that? Take that! Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Sweet. The music didn't stop, but maybe that's fine. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. Now how do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. I like how they're just flat out working together. Yeah, I love when they work together. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, and now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Thanks, Judge. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. But you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Oh my god! Dude got zapped by lightning. Was he the lightning the day of the SL9 incident? Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely committed on the spur of the moment. No one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why else to dispose of Detective Goodman's body? However, the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Nice. Except the police. Thank you, Cave. I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
The screwdriver. Please be correct.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver?
Yeah, he put the body on it and he rolled him on it, and then he moved it down to his feet, and then he pushed him again. Took a while, but
what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it at the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back to the prosecutor's office.
That screw attack gave him some jump height, yeah. Yeah, he got space boots, too. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to carry evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Meanwhile, Edgeworth driving to the office, going over a bump, and then hearing like a vroom, vroom, vroom in the trunk and being like, huh.
Order! What's going on here?
I called it. I was wrong in some details, but I'm kind of satisfied. I mean, it took me a very long time to be like, wait, here's what I think, but...
Is there no room for rebuttal to this defense's outrageous accusation?
Think back to the photograph Ms. Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
This judge is so impartial.
I believe... your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Wright, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? I mean, the only proof I have would be Lana's testimony. Can I save? I can save. Okay. I don't know if I have any proof. The only thing we have is her saying, but she won't fucking testify. Or will she? Maybe if I say I don't have proof, then Lana will be like, I take the stand, but let me take a look. Wait, shit, I didn't mean, oh. I can't just let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like the picture of the blue badger. I mean, could it, well... Security video. Evidence law? Does evidence law prove it? Is this my ace in the hole? No evidence should be shown without the approval of the police department. I don't think so. Shit. Yeah. The strip of cloth? We still don't know what Emma Sky's prints are on. The clear cut when no one cares. Huh? This book is Gant's diary. It says, I killed Goodman. Yeah, right there. I still don't know what the strip of cloth is about. But I don't think that ties into the murder. That would have to do with SL9. Right? What about the photos? Where is that? Phone call? Do I not have the photos anymore? Shit. No, there it is. But what about the one that showed the stuff in there? It was the clock. I can't help but shake the feeling, because it said I don't have evidence yet, but I mean, I did save, so I'm just gonna throw something. There you go. What exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. Wink. But I am the judge. All right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late from my meal. I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me just a little longer to consider. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? I need Lana to testify. I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Shit. What? I don't gamble unless the stakes are high. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Shit. Okay, never mind. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. The double law enforcement agency. Wah! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Yes. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. You're not supposed to call any witnesses, though, Edgeworth, remember? From earlier. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. I can't believe I was right about that.
I think it's kind of like, I don't know what the game did to set me up to think, like, maybe I don't have evidence. Because they're like, you would have shown it by now. I'm like, yeah, I guess I would. I don't know. That's weird. In the evidence, absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. 4 other trials taught me that. I don't know if the other trials taught me anything. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. My big wrinkly brain. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. It could be you. It could be you, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this person? The judge totally forgot that he's not supposed to call witnesses. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. All I can do is say, here's who you should call to the stand, and then stand there silently. Hey, Brooke, put the judge on the stand. I call the judge to trial. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Numbers, air task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Wendy Oldman. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claim, there will be terrible consequences. Come on, Judge, come on, Judge. It doesn't get more blatant than that. Come on. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. He's in the pocket of big lunch. Pay for the bits. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I'm gonna go on the merry-go-round. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. You wanna get lunch later? That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Ha ha ha. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always getting the... How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? Gumshoe Maya. I would love a game where Phoenix and Gumshoe team up to take down the criminals. But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. He doesn't have a quarter of the smarts Maya had. And Maya barely had any smarts. That bodes well. Risks, what do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Sorry. Sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders.
She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. It must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. I love Gumshoe. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. We live in a society, pal. Gumshoe. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. To be continued. I need to refill my water. Huh. Okay, this has to be the final stretch of this case, right? There's no way, right? There's no way that there's another bombshell reveal and then a day 4 and more investigations and it keeps going. 40% done, including the last couple streams. There's 2 more days left. They're doing a whole full week. Oh my god. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. Courtroom number 9. We're 10% through the trial. The DS cartridge just starts overheating and vibrating. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta refill my water. And I'll take a sec to get caught up on alerts, and then we're gonna fucking get back into this. BRB. Insert disc 2 now. I'm back. Ugh. What I miss? Is she guilty? The judge fell asleep. Now then, every time. I missed case 6. Oh, what happened in case 6? Shit. Pixel Genjay, thanks for 100 bits. Me leaves door open to let some fresh air in. Everyone else in the interrogation room. Miles squinting. Crazy Tiger, thanks for the prime. Enjoy the emotes and your crayon scribbling of a key. Welcome to the house. Everybody, thanks for 100 bits. Now dance, Badger, dance. You never had a chance. Now dance, Badger, dance. Man, you never had a chance. You really only knew. Oh, whoo! Thanks for 21 months. Welcome back. Smashman, thank you for 100 bits. I like how Joe Dark was built up as this mastermind serial killer, but the way Gumshoe described him sounds pretty crappy. He only killed people because people kept witnessing his constant murders. Makes me wonder why there's no decisive evidence for this klutz. Yeah, I know. We didn't really get enough detail about it, and it would have just dragged on even longer, but yeah, it sounds like he just hitman piled his way into several murders, and like, how was there no decisive evidence with that many panic accidental murders? So, yeah. And no one really knew, but Phoenix says it's you. Objection. Arbitrarily Philip, thanks for 2 years. Enjoy your house game. Late as always, being a VOD watcher is hard with this series. See you in a couple days. Yeah, it's a lot. I feel you. Thank you. Sephority, thanks for 29 months. 6969. Is that your badge number? Dan, thank you for the raid earlier. Hope Dan had a good stream. Whitehawk, thanks for 50 months. Dan was in the safe. I typed in 8675309 and Dan popped out. I went, yahaha, and then cause I dump her was cause I dumpin'. Whitehawk Workshop, thanks for 50 months. Big Cave, thanks for 69 bits. What we have here is the gross misuse of public funds to make the chief's pipe organ. Yeah, in this part of the case, we've had both Emma saying, don't pay your taxes because they'll be misappropriated by the police. And we also have Dick Gumshoe saying, you're not a victim of your circumstances, blame society. This is a hell of a case. Metastar, thanks for the raid. Pie in the Sky, thanks for 6 months. Enjoy your golden key. Half a year. By my math, that's like 6 months. Here's the 6 more, maybe. Cave, thanks for 59 bits. You got edged, Gant. You got edged. Puts on his shades. Taco Timma, thanks for the raid as well. Visceral, thanks for 30 months. Enjoy your outhouse key. The blue badger must be stopped. He can't keep getting away with this. Ebay, thanks for 100 bits. Time travel is involved, obviously. Ace Attorney in the Unwound Future. No wonder they did the crossover. I called to the stand Karl Marx. I called to the stand Karl Marx and the Joker. Ebay, thank you. Takemas, thanks for 63 months. Objection. What are you objecting to? Big Cave Monster, thanks for 69 bits. And 64 bits. The judge is in the pocket of Big Lunch. And Smashman, thanks for soup as well. What if I told you there was a spin-off that starred Edgeworth with Gumshoe as his sidekick? Would you be interested? I mean, maybe. Listen, I just want to get through this game. We'll see what happens after this. Man. Now then, I call to stand Groucho Marx and his brothers, Harpo, Zeppo, Buffo, and Bippo. I forget what Onsta's made up Mark's brother was. Well, she has like 80, doesn't she? I forget if it's just the same one she keeps saying. Anyway. Yeah, Bazinga and Fucko. Fucko Marx. Peepo! It's Peepo. Peepo Marx, yeah. Slurpo Kelpo? Okay, there were a few. And Jeff. No last name. Now then! Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Jolly Rogers, thanks for 47. It's a lot of months. Welcome back. Thank you. Did you know with Amazon Prime you can... you can sub to Gam and get Gamble and Stink Jam. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. And you can get no spoil. And Barry, we don't have time. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Order in the court. Why is that acceptable? Yeah, there you go. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. We gotta get Gant. Under oath means nothing this court. They had to swear over, like, the nutrition facts on a package of Go-Gurt. That seems probably what this society's built on. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Doggert? Perjury is the national pastime, yeah. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. All by myself. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Waiting for this book of how evidence works to come into play. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that'd be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Mold it. Here's some modeling clay. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. I can present it in court. Fuck you. Number 2 says it must be relevant to the case in trial. You saying you didn't murder him is pretty damn relevant. What the hell are you talking about? And I mean, I guess the point is she's like, you gotta press me out of the lie by using the evidence, whatever. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Don't sass me with your logic. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. No, I think that's the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? Because you knew she'd be traumatized? But, huh? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. And now she isn't traumatized because you covered up the crime. You're welcome. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. Something? If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover it up with more lies. Their lies are being covered up by lies, just to protect me. Yeah. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Bust out the metal detector again. You planted the tip of his blade and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You have always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why'd you move the body? When you showed up at the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Purple. Thank you very much, Purple, for the gifted subs. I'll read those out a little bit. Appreciate it. Hope y'all enjoy the emotes. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Scold it. She gifted subs, Your Honor. It's the pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar Mr. Wright showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Is there? Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Really? Really? So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying! Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. I'll tell you, nothing really jumped out at me. Other than I'm now getting confused trying to keep her story straight with the version of events that we deduced. But they pointed out the jar being... I mean, is it the fact that he wrote Emma on the jar? Is that our evidence that it's like, hey, why'd he do that? Why did he do that? Why'd he do that? Why'd he write Emma in blood on the jar? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? It's quite jarring. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been useless. Even so, I am compelled to bring it to everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar? Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. Huh? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece it together the information to arrive at the truth. Nani? Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Why? You mean you were the one who wiped away this message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Excuse me? Okay. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Thanks, Judge. Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. No. Come on. Come on, Lana. Lana, tell the truth. Look at me, Lana. Come on. Lana. Come on. Tell the truth. Lana. Fine. So, you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the brood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry my bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. You Sky Sisters or something else. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Uh-huh. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Emma, please. Runs in the family. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay. Let's see. Well. Yeah, I don't. Hey, figure it out, then tell. Yeah, well, no, don't tell me. I'll figure it out. I noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark. I didn't have time to check it out. Be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Evidence for something, but what? Yeah, I still don't know what the hell this is. Yeah, Phoenix, don't spoil me. Yeah, Phoenix figured it out, but I'm still working on it. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. I mean, I'll try throwing it out. I just don't think that's it. Yeah. Nope. This evidence is the, undo. Listen, it's fine. Only thing was wiping them clean before they were discovered. I mean, I noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark, and I didn't have time to check it out. Even though you just told us you have a light, I don't have evidence that that's something you said. Your Honor, I did duty in my pant. 5-minute recess? I wiped away the blood. It's like her story is fishy, but I don't know what line to press and with what. Which is the whole video game. Spriters. I don't think it's any of this stuff. Missile 9, Neil's autopsy report. That's who found the wound. Team picture. Evidence list. I don't know what the book would have to help with anything. I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna run through it again. The jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It looked as feeble as the defense's case. You never missed the detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room, I didn't have time to check it out. You're thinking too smart. I don't know. I don't know if I'm thinking. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. I just barely had enough time to move the body enough as it was. Thank you for the bits, Dave. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. He must have been in a hurry. I was, and he would have destroyed the evidence before anyone came. It's rather shocking. It'd be safe if I wiped away the blood. Almost Christmas. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. So it's got to be this line then. I wiped away the blood. And is that what the cloth is for? Because I threw this on the next line. Nope. Your Honor, I don't know what I'm doing. Time out. Give me a minute. Almost Jesus. I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared. I carry a pocket light and camera with me. I never missed anything. I got every last piece. Unclean before they were discovered. So you legally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. Okay. Wait, no. What if I present the jar because Gant had a piece? And that's suspicious. Is that it? Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. Okay, got it. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! That's a normal response for a judge to have. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. On trail. He's not on the... Time for me to the dusty trail. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And here is the reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies. Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. He's having a thought. What if I would acquire Krabby Patties and disguise them as my own? We're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Delightfully devilish, Phoenix. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Tell the truth this time, please. When being insulted makes your brain cells rub together. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. Why would you think that? That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Okay. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. This? Well, I wasn't able to inspect it before. My badge? I'm an attorney. He's on the case. Yeah, look at him. He's little Herlock Sholmes there. What we got there? He didn't read the book, damn it! Why didn't you read the book, Phoenix? Hey, there's a picture here. God damn it, Phoenix. Nice. The defense attests this cover book is adorable. This book cover. Oh my. Well, this would have helped us earlier. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. That's because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged the scene. So why did you take a picture of your crime
and then keep it. He spat out his ketchup. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. Finally, the cloth comes in. What's this? It's a handprint. That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? Those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. Huh? 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 He's back from lunch. Come now, Ajee. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined testimony. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk the judge was talking about. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Holy fuck, Edgeworth. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Yes. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Did Gant find everyone unconscious and Neil dead and then grabbed Emma's hand and made a handprint and then cut it out? Nice. For some reason? Why would he cut it out? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. No! I'm saving. I'm saving, but no. No, I'm not showing that. Nuh-uh. No way. But I am saving. Just in case. But no. No, nuh-uh. This is why I was asking if it was a soft lock. Oh, is this the soft lock point? Yo, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I think I'm paying to be here. I cannot, Your Honor. Do not save after this. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. That's very carefully phrased. He's a lawyer. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. Nuh-uh. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, play dumb or be dumb. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? How would he know that it's her fingerprints? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I thought he wasn't allowed to testify anymore. Why does he just get to do what he wants? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When we rearranged the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. I did this before Lana arrived at the scene. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? Who do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. So I'm not allowed to save? So I'm not allowed to... Or can I save? I mean, I have 3 health, so... I could always just... Diddles. Don't save. Alright. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. I have 3 chances. Let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Well, it was for the Switch version only. Gotcha. I'm an attorney. Here's my badge. It wasn't the original as well? No save, no problem. So I was gonna present the book. I mean, I have a couple chances. This doesn't... to me, this explains why I couldn't show it earlier. So that's why I feel like the book actually is relevant. But also maybe they're like, just use the strip of cloth now. I'm gonna try the book, because that seems the dumber idea. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please? I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Better polish up your fence. Fuck! Come on, Mr. Wright! You remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it, don't you? There's no way around it, Mr. Wright. I'll ask you just one more time. I have evidence. The handprint? I don't think I have Gant's handprint. I think it's just the... Take that? Take that! Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes! At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho, ho, ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to are... It's Emma's. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why didn't you tell me? Is there a plan? I don't know. Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. Yeah, we just pull a Joe Dark and just kill every witness. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. Thank you for the bits, Wilson. That's a lot of bits. Appreciate it. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. Now I throw the book at him. Now I throw the goddamn book at him. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? What are we talking about? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I can't say... Do you see? No. It's my badge. No saying about the picture. So it's cut out. Is it that there's a lot of blood? He's bleeding a lot. The shape of the cutout thing. Where's the? So this is very square. Is that the shape doesn't match up? How is that? Is that enough? Because that makes it seem like it goes all the way down, but I mean, I have two chances. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. Actually, yeah, if she shoved him, why would there be blood? She might have left a handprint, but not a bloody handprint. So that is the contradiction. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. It's only the fingerprints that are bloody. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword. Now, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. Then he broke the jar on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you are the actual murderer. What a weirdly complicated plan, yeah. No! It's finished. Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Now I get to throw the book at him. Yeah, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, All Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Nah, Your Honor. I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I mean, it was... What a trick question. I did conceal it, but not illegally. So what? So I guess I say I did not, because it was not illegal. I didn't. Just diddles. It's a very leading. I mean, listen. If I fuck up, I got 2 health. It's fine. Certainly, I refused to present evidence at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't. Nuh-uh, Mr. Gantz. The fuck you mean, nuh-uh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Edgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't let him. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I'm gonna throw a book at his head, Your Honor. Take that! Take that! Yeah! This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law for dummies. What's this? It's a cute duck on the cover. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case in trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Point at his ass, Phoenix. And that person is you. Damon Gant, the killer was you. He just swallowed his no. Oh my God, he's... Oh my God, he's gonna die. He's gonna have a heart attack. Sir? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum? For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he had to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He told me to open up the evidence room and take it out. It's not too late. I'll hand this to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was a little panicked too. I had a bad feeling about it, but never knew it would come to this. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. It's pretty messed up. Stabbing a man with a broken knife. I couldn't just pull it out. It would only increase the amount of blood and you couldn't finish what you started. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I was wiping it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my mistake. Detective Gumshoes. Bloody handprint. I used to be known as the crime computer, beep boop beep. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, we couldn't think of any other way to move the body. We broke the trunk, but what's the big deal? You pulled out a lot more than us detectives. Yeah. What does this have to do with anything? You're horrible. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I feel bad for having to do it. I couldn't sit around and pick and choose what to take. Well, you left the jar fragment and gloves. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. You think? They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, what are you doing in court? Me? I work here? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. Don't pull this monologue at this hour. One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed. We are not the same. Bitch, please. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright-o here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. You see, if I listen carefully, I can hear it right now. The sound of a new beginning. Yeah, great. Righto and lefto. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurts anyone. I mean, she pushed the guy, and he was knocked out, so he might have been, like, concussed, so he was hurt, but... Anyway, second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. Good. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Just smile. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job! In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, you're guilty of like 80 other things. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Guiltant. The definition of guiltant. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. regarding the charge of murder. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Woo. The confetti gets me every fucking time. That is all. The court is adjourned. Woo, yeah. I'm glad that they had that extra dialogue to be like, before we say not guilty, you're probably guilty of a ton of other stuff.
I'm taking these eggs by the whisk, gonna beat them and add salt and pepper. Gonna put them in a skillet, better butter up and stir with a spatula. Watch me folding them, beholding them, it's golden yellow now. It's hot, so I burnt my thumb. But I took a bite, yum.
Thank you for the Emmy. Appreciate it. My God, it's after 5 p.m. They spent the whole day in that courtroom. But yeah, I just really appreciate that they had a line of dialogue in there to say, like, because if they just went, well, all that so then you're not guilty. It's like, I mean, yeah, not of murder. I'm just, whatever. I'm glad they covered their bases there. At long last, it's finally over. Soup. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. That's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the soup. I'm gonna have some soup after this. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for the soup. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. But not to you, Emma. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Thank you for the soup. My cup runneth over with chunky soup. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Oh, guess I am. Here's the soup you ordered. I'll come back later. I like how he cuts to his sad pose as he fades away. It's very good. Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. How many times are you gonna say that? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. My God, it's soup. Thank you for the soup, chat. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. What? What? We're in the what? Huh? Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. It's why Gumshoe forever broke. Yeah, that day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. The cops in the background are wrestling Gumshoe to the ground. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. Thank you for the soup. I have enough soup to chat. Thank you. I changed after that day. But now, soup. I was doing it for the soup. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Sis, that's the only way I know how to look at you. I was scared of how'd you react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. And then she gets grabbed and handcuffed and just dragged back into the fucking... Like, what are you doing out here, ma'am? No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Victory soup. Straight to jail. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our path. And once we've found our path, we can move on from our past mistakes towards a brighter future. The fuck did you just, Phoenix? You just talked in like a circle. Why do we have to make up for our mistakes? Because if you make up for your mistakes, you can move on to the path. Once you're on the path, you can move forward. And you'll make more mistakes, but you learn from those mistakes and go back onto the path. Because that's what you do. It's like, what is this fucking Hallmark card bolt? What is that? None of that makes sense. At least that's what I felt, looking at those two sisters make up. And then you go forward again, and you just keep going. And then you mistake, and you get off the path. You realize the path was never there. It's over here now. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Was he standing behind that plant in the background? Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Gotta wash the blood out of my trunk. Thank you for the soup. Ooh, jail soup. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. What a Edgeworth. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't change my own mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals? I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. Why'd you fucking fall for his bullshit, Edgeworth? One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed. Phoenix could fix him. Yeah. Now to become a defense lawyer and become our co. Yeah, Edgeworth, join me. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. It's scary, but I've been thinking the same thing for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Join the defense. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. That may be right, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. That's right. The key to a successful prosecution is to work with the defense. That's the moral of the story. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Working together, butt to butt. What, yeah, what is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I only have one shot at this, so I don't... Let me think about it, but I'll have chat spoil it for me and confirm before I say anything. Evidence we would not, neither of us would have found on our own. The picture? Lana's picture? Oh, the evidence list. We made the evidence list together. Okay, spoil it, chat. Is it the evidence list? Because he had half of it and he flipped it over and stuff. Yeah, okay, cool, thank you. Take that. Take that! That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I, the other. Will you be my other half? Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. Just like these heart necklaces I made. Edgeworth, where are you going? That didn't just happen by chance, Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. He's having emotions. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Phew. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Soup! But he's hungry for soup. Thank you for the soup, chat. Well, whatever you do, just remember, what happened in this trial can either make or break you as a prosecutor. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? Oh, he's doing the shy smile. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you. In court? Farewell. I want him to fade out with the Super Mario World key lock. I want that thing. I better be getting back to. I am, after all, you know, arrested and just walking around freely. So, okay, I'll come visit you. Bombastic Side-Eye. That'd be a good band name. It seems we both have a lot to learn. Here, this is a little something for you. Oh my god, the little chicken, he's got a little magnifying glass. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Where are you keeping all these books, ma'am? And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Where's Maya? She's on a mountaintop somewhere. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. In Phoenix Wright 2. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. You're telling me you brought her here, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Nani? What? Huh? Nani? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Since we're all here, why don't we all go together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Really? Really now? Objection. That's hilarious. That's how the fucking game ends. That's hilarious. Thanks, Shoot Takumi. God damn it. Pokemon, let's go to prison. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. She's a coroner. I think Emma will be pleased. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Yeah. Still, I managed to find my way back in the field somehow. Then, I'll be back to investigate crimes. I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yeah. Also, the fingerprint dust revealing the credits is very cute. Tap the bottom screen. Tap it? While they're talking? Oh. Oh. Yikes, I thought for a moment I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you for any more, it'd be worse than firing you. Oh, hell no, that's cute as hell! It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my god. Well, I missed the first one. I'm sure the art of them are ripped on the internet somewhere. Little Moke's the corner? Yeah. Gumshoe kept his job. He's back on the force. I got so excited I broke my bracelet. Oh no. Oh, Meekins. My new mission is to guard the main entrance to take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir, then I could be just like that Dick Gumshoe. There's no comma. His name is... yeah. I'm doing my best. Is Billy the Cactus? Yeah. Gumshoe. He really does somewhat cuff his tie. How does he do that? I don't know. Oh, yeah. 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 What are you up to now, Blue Badger? Where's your story lead? The fucking ominous ass art. Oh, no! 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 Oh, God, no! Oh, he's dead! Quick, we have a new murder trial. We gotta get to the scene. Shit, what is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like something. You can even gave Bambina back. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yeah. I'll move him over next to Charlie at the office. He's ran out of batteries. He's fine. He's fine. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Wright lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. It starts bitter but ends sweet. Yeah, I guess that sums them up. You have several perjury charges pending. More than several. Yeah. Look at the onigiris on that one. The orchestral Blue Badger song. I don't want to on stream. It might get me claimed. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, I got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no! I forgot my gavel! Sorry, I gotta go. Where am I? Huh? Yeah, sometimes like remaster, like orchestral themes and stuff are like handled under different copyright than the game soundtrack. Sometimes game soundtracks get me claimed, but the like separate produced versions are riskier. But I do want to listen to it, just not on stream. Rare chair shot. I know. This man probably makes triple what we earned. The judge, yeah. Oh yeah, there's Maya. Ah! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Did they make a new background just for this? Still, sometimes I do miss hearing Nick and his objections. Can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Afternoon training's about to begin, Maya. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Everyone's smiling. Okay, it's from 2. I imagine maybe they were starting development on the sequel at this time when they're wrapping this up. That's cute, though. Very smart. No spoiler. It's not a spoiler. It's just like, why would they make a new background for the credits? That doesn't make sense. These games are made on a shoestring budget. No, that's fine. It's all coming together. This game was a new case for the DS release. Right, but the background... Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Did he resign? What? Sequel hook. Oh, okay. Something happened with Edgeworth. Also, the soundtrack really holds up. It's a good jam. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh my god, another photo from a crime scene. What? Hold on.
Yeah. He's solving the crimes with science. She solved the crime with science. He's the case of who knocked the shit on the ground. All right, what's in here? He's a duck detective. It's them. Ah, ah. Before their lives went to shit. No. You could also call her. Yeah, prisoners do appreciate that. Capcom. Bam, bam. Da-ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. And as for me, we're gonna no. I thought Phoenix was gonna be like, well, guess it's just you and me now, Charlie. And then someone slips a smash invitation under his door, and he's like, huh, what's that? You know, and then nope. All right, that's it. Next time, and Justice for All Everyone Gets Justice. 2 credits cutscenes. We did it. Is there art for case 5 now? You finished it? When was the way to continue? Okay, so it just is from where we left off. Life at new game. Meh. Nope. It's still just ominous fucking whatever this is. Just the courthouse. Time for 10-minute recess. Yeah. Wait, new evidence was discovered. We have to go back. Jeez. Closing thoughts. It was great. Yeah, it is Gerard's copy. It's true. Yeah, no, this was excellent. Let me wrap up my thoughts. I mean, going into it, I mean, having, again, my point of reference, as I said earlier when I started it, was Ghost Trick. I came into it, and Ghost Trick is hilarious. It's very funny. It's very well written and paced, and there's a lot of just silly moments that aren't just like, oh, the writing. It's like they use all the tools available to them to tell jokes. I'll just play this in the background. And I'm not surprised that it's here, but I didn't realize how much of it and how much like tonally would be kind of similar. Yeah, that's what I call music. So, guard for the case was designed for later. Oh, what? Chat's jamming too much. Oh, that's cute. There you go. So, I mean, obviously, I read like 100 names of people who recommended I stream it, and I see now why. I really enjoyed. I mean, for a game that's so dialogue heavy, right? It's like the two things this game. Honestly, the only thing this game needed to get right were its murder mysteries, and I think for the most part they worked for me. I have my nitpicks and my issues with them, right? But like, a lot of it can be hand-waved away when ultimately it comes together. But the thing that's maybe more crucial than that is like the style of writing, and they're very entertaining cases. They have very fun characters. They're very funnily written. Funnily, that's a word. And I don't know what my plan is next. I gotta, you know, take some time to not play this, but I'm not opposed to doing more. Like it's like very much like, okay, I understand how people are like, I'm obsessed with this franchise. Where it's like, you just get more shenanigans like this, right? So I'll decide. I might make like a poll and like leave it out there for people to fill in. See what people are more interested in, because it seems like I could very easily just go and do the crossover next of Layton versus Phoenix Wright, or I could possibly do the Phoenix Wright trilogy. I'm not saying that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not promising anything. I need to decide. My point is like that is the other option, is to do. I'm not gonna do all of Phoenix Wright and all of Apollo Justice. I'm not doing all of that. Not now. Like, if I start on that road, then we see where it happens. I'm not promising anything. I gotta stress that point. I don't want to disappoint anyone. I'm just setting expectations. But I'll decide what if I want to do. Because it's like, either I do the crossover, or I do Phoenix Wright 2 and 3, and then the crossover. So, I have to decide what I want to do. So, yeah, not right away. I gotta save my throat. So, yeah, the only reason I really wanted to play this, even if I was like, it didn't really work for me, was I just wanted to have that much context for the characters playing the crossover, because I never played that game.
And I knew I would be able to play without playing Phoenix Wright, but now I do have a better understanding of the characters and the pacing, the tone and stuff, so I'm glad I played it. So, yeah, but a lot of people think the 3 are good. 3 is good. The trilogy most definitely. Yeah. So, worth playing through whether on Steam, stream, or on your own time. Yeah. Yeah. I would do 2 and 3 first. Yeah, I was looking into it, and it seems like you really don't need, you don't need to play any of Phoenix Wright or Layton to play the crossover. It's just that there's little nods and references and like tonal character things that you just have more context for if you've played the other games. But nothing about that game is like, this is canonically what explains, you have to understand this for this. It's like, it seems to be its own little bubble episode. So is there a ladder in it? First of all, Justice good too. Nice. 3 is a good game, but it's long. Well, I mean, it took me a bit to get through this. So for me, yeah. For me, I'll say that I have interest in playing the other Phoenix Wright games now, but the question always comes down to like, because I try to be careful when I start a game on stream that I know will take me many streams to get through, because I want to make sure that people are interested in watching that stream, because I stream as much for myself as I do for you. So, because I can just play games on my own time, and I do. So yeah. Okay, what Mubot do? Well, you're a lawyer boy in the whole lawyer world, and the whole court's gone mad. But yeah, no, I did really enjoy it. It's like, the things that I feel about it overall right now are that it was great, I enjoyed it, I want more. A lot of my issues are like very specific of like, you know, the pacing here, or like, to me, it felt like they were leading me to do one thing, but it's like, no, you just kind of have to like go from room to room and spend a lot of time just like waiting to be in the right place or say the right thing, which then opens up all these other, like this trigger that makes all this other stuff happen. So that stuff's like not great, but I would hope would get ironed out in future games. And also just like navigation, like they could only display so many locations on the Game Boy Advance screen at a time. And they clearly didn't make like a world map. Like navigating in the Layton games and the earlier ones involves like tapping on the map and moving around. Not the overworld. It's like your view of the screen, and you tap on the feet and then the arrow to walk in a direction. And it can be tedious to backtrack and stuff, but I find it makes it easier to kind of build a mental map of where things are, so you're trying to move around. But the later Layton games move to like a top-down map where you just tap to be like, here's where I want to go. And I feel like either of those would work better in this than having to tap move and pick a name from a list. So it's like, that's the kind of stuff that if and when I play more in this series, it's like, the foundation is great. Yeah, there's lots of times where I get stumped, but like, because you can save mid-trial, failure isn't a huge punishment. If you had to go all the way back, that'd be rough. But it's like those bits of just like, it kind of feels like it's getting in the way of what the game's trying to do. So, yeah. Usability does get better. I would hope so. I wouldn't necessarily expect the next game to be significantly different, because they probably jumped into it right after this game came out. Or maybe while it was wrapping up development. But maybe by the third game. That's usually how these kinds of games tend to go, where it's like the first two are kind of similar. Maybe the second one has some weird extra things. But then the third one is when they can really have the time to be like, let's examine how the audience responded to the first one. Or the first two even at that point. I can implement more quality of life and stuff, so. Oh my god, the bath video. I forgot about that. Fuck it, yeah. Let's watch that real quick. And then I'll wrap up. Give me a sec. Thank you for the reminder. I did want to watch that. Let me get cop on alerts as well. Because there's been a few while I was wrapping up there. If you haven't seen this before, hold on to your butts. It's a nightmare. There's a website called, I think it's just objection.lol, that lets you create Phoenix Wright courtroom scenes with like dialogue and transitions and audio, and it just looks like it's from the games. And Bath made a fake courtroom scene that's 5 minutes long, and it feels like 3 hours. So we'll get to that in 1 second. Purple soft drink. Thank you for 5 gifted subs. I watched it on stream a while ago, if it sounds familiar. A year ago when Bath made it. So yeah. Thank you. Yeah, if you're heading out, thank you so much for hanging. I'll be back. I'm probably gonna do a shorter stream on Tuesday because it's the 4th of July, and here in the States, that means everything becomes a shit show around dusk. So I'm probably gonna do a shorter stream and try to head home to avoid the most shenanigans. But I will stream. So during the Lego, oh, maybe it's during that. Such man, thank you. And lots of loud booms, yeah. Although my mic is pretty good. So sometimes there's like fireworks and like loud cars and stuff that go off outside, and it has to be pretty damn loud to pick up on my mic. That's good. Purple Soft Drink gifted 5 subs to Rex Souls, Ricky JZ, Artifice Blade, Traveling in a Box, and Roxby. Dave Case with 100 bits. Why do they call it evidence when you ev in the dents of out present the dents? Of out hot update the autopsy report. Omega Platinum, thanks for 8 months. I hope you take that money you get from the sub and hold it close to you so you can do something nice with it. No objections. I can't believe that the last thing they make you do is call it objection. It makes me really glad. That's the other thing I was gonna say. I'm glad that Gerard had it. I'm glad that that one person recommended it who was just like, please, for the love of God, play the original. Because I'm sure I would have enjoyed it the same, playing it the trilogy updated version. But getting to see the pixel art was a lot of fun. But also just getting to yell out objection and like hold and stuff was very fun. It's a very silly gimmick that worked for me. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for 69 bits. Lana giving Phoenix the law book, and a picture being inside it has the same energy as being handed a Bible and being told the true weapon against evil is in here, and inside the Bible is a gun. That is very much the same thing. Yeah. Big T Wilson D, thanks for 510 bits. Haven't had a chance to donate in ages. I've been loving the Ace Attorney content. Gonna keep up with the VODs. Thanks for the entertainment at work. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. Thanks for enjoying the VODs and the Ace Attorney. Whether it's more of the trilogy or the crossover, there will be more at some point. So, chat, get your squished Mayas in while you can. Yeah, I'll probably toss down the shit. I might have to like upload all those emotes. Because I like to upload those emotes on a BTTV, but then you can't squish it. So if I come back to this, I might have to take like all the Layton and Ace Attorney ones and make them sub emotes, which means fewer people can use them, right? Because not everyone is sub, but everyone can use BTTV, but then you can squish them. That's my dilemma. Give us back Barthunk. Yeah, Barthunk is useful. Smash thanks with the hammy. As convoluted as this case got, the ending was totally worth it. The fact that Gant got out-gambited and basically did himself in twice in a row. All of Phoenix suddenly knew he got Gant, while Gant even realizing he got. At the end, all he can do was laugh at how they finally took him down. I was waiting for this moment during the streams, and throwing the book at him made it all worth it. It also, as a bonus case, I think they did a really good job of like Maya leaving at the end of the Game Boy Advance game. They honored that. They didn't undercut it with being like, oh, she's back, and then she leaves again to make continuity with the second game, whatever. They did replace her with Science Maya, but Emma was her own character, and she was fun. But they did a lot to really tie that case in with Edgeworth in particular, for as far as characters we already knew. But provide a lot of context, because the first time you meet Edgeworth, he has this this reputation for doing anything to get the verdict he wants and forging evidence, and like that works on its own. But then that case provides all that context, and that's pretty cool. I was pretty happy with it. And a lot of good gumshoe in there. Yeah, for sure. That was good. Emma's wrapped in the incident too. That's also why it's like, yeah, they did a good job not making it feel completely random. And it's because it was such a long case, you really got a lot of time with all the characters and stuff, so it was good. Ace Attorney fans looking at 5 and 6. Ooh. We don't talk about 5 and 6. Oh no. Universal Fireworks, thanks for the soup. Cammy James, thanks for the soup. Purple Soft Drink, thanks for the soup. Toasted Posey, thanks for the soup. Mario Luigi, thanks for the soup. Tron Warrior, thanks for the soup. Gumshoe was just delivering your soup. White Hawk Workshop, thank you for the soup. Cammy James, thank you for the soup. Jake and Bacon, thanks for the soup. Tron Warrior, thanks for the soup. Better Persay, thanks for the soup. Don't be sad for it. Don't be sad, Edgeworth, have some soup. Herf, thank you for the soup. Warren Kingdoms Azir gifted a sub to soup. Anonymous gifted a sub to Tomfoolery. Suchman gifted 5 subs. To Kip the Fox, Unharry, Nightclaw 1028, Dommy Slice, and Hydropales. Thank you very much. Bale Fry, thanks for 4 months. Peeking in from Vodland. Glad you enjoyed your foray into Ace Attorney, and thanks for getting me to finally play Ghost Trick. It was amazing. Hell yeah. Ghost Trick's so fucking good. If Ghost Trick is so good that I'm now playing other games by that team, I cannot state any louder how much I adore it. And again, that's thanks to you all, because I don't know if I mean, maybe with the release coming out now, in an alternate universe where I never started streaming, maybe I'd pick it up and be like, I don't know what this is about, but because I knew of Ghost Trick. I knew people talked about it back in the day. It was always that like friend of a friend being like, it's great, you gotta play it. And being like, huh? It looks weird. But I played it on stream because I noticed it coming up recurringly in the recommend form. So, thank you. The AA games by this team, it's not all of them. I have no idea. I have no idea who did what. I'm mostly talking about Shu Takumi in terms of director slash writer slash producer or whatever. It was great. Balefry, thank you for 4 months. Hi, Give Up, thanks for the Prime. Enjoy the emotes. Thank you. Buttes, thanks for 35 months. Time for my monthly visit from Vodland. Your highlight intros keep getting stuck in my head, most notably JPEG of a duck. When I sent that to Gam, he was like, God damn it, this is gonna be stuck in my head for fucking ages. So, you're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. All right, without further ado, let's quickly watch Bath's Nightmare. And we'll wrap up after that. But first, welcome to this. Don't look at the title of the video. That doesn't matter. Well, you should just enjoy the ride. Incredible news, everyone. From now on, I will be living off of breast milk indefinitely. Are you shitting my dick off right now? You know what? Fine, fine. First of all, actually, I should preface this by saying Bath wrote this having never played an Ace Attorney game in their life. They just opened it up and started writing. So, anyway, who the hell's possessed you to think saying this out loud is appropriate? I'm quite happy you asked. I'm sure you are. The contents of this fine beverage are ones that you can survive off perpetually. Oh my fucking god, you did not. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present the key nutrients that allow any one human to survive off of breast milk forever. Lactose, milk fat, globule membranes, LC-PUFAS, beta-palmitate, protein nucleotides, prebiotics, and a varied cornucopia of vitamins and minerals. And holy fuck, I'm going to vomit. Lactose is the primary form of energy as it is a carbohydrate and the most readily broken down and used in the body. Milk fat slows digestion so that this energy is harvested most efficiently. I would scoop out both my kidneys with a spoon and bet them on how you absolutely got this information off a Reddit post. Hold it! Are you insinuating that information gleaned from the website www.reddit.com/askreddit is somehow less credible than other sources? I'm going to respond to the question. How long have you had a Reddit account? Your Honor, let the record show this is quite clearly an ad hominem attack meant to sully my character. Oh my god, I do not get paid enough for this. Ma'am, please shut the fuck up and let him run his mouth, or all of us will be working unpaid overtime through the quarantine. Fine, but let the record show I am clearly above this shit. Thank you, Your Honor. As the Reddit post states... Wait, I have a question about the titty juice. No, goddammit, no! No peanut gallery, no! How delightful. Ask away, curious comrade. Yes, so, where and how did you get the booby broth? Excellent inquiry. I have leveraged my nearest hospital's milk-sharing donation program to... Objection! Your Honor, please? All right, that's enough out of you, dollar store RoboCop. And get to the goddamn point, right? Of course, Your Honor, my apologies. As many Reddit users can attest, the nutritional content alone is not enough of a reason for my dramatic lifestyle change. There's more than one of you? I am providing a charitable service to the mothers that no longer have a need for it. If I may humbly assert, my esteemed jury, some have even seen fit to call me a community hero. Goddamn right, you fearless saint. Esteemed jury, you do not have to take solely my word on this matter. I call Reddit user Munster Bates to the stand. Yo, what's up, shitstains? It's your boy. Mr. Bates, you're also a man of the milk, am I not mistaken? Hell yeah, brother, you fucking tell him. Your Honor, I'd like to put in my 2 weeks' notice. And Mr. Bates, what is the reason that you've decided to consume breast milk? My dude, I am not gonna lie, that shit tastes like Jesus jacked into a vat of cake batter and smeared it all over my face like I didn't deserve it. Objection! Alright, I have had enough, you fucking assholes. Your Honor, for the love of all that is holy, may I please cross-examine douche-pilled McNipple liquor over here? I would love nothing more. Hey, fuckface, how long have you been hitting the roid juice? You leave my perfect, radiant, exquisite body out of this. Objection! Your Honor, this is a straw man. Yes, a straw man, cleverly concocted by the prosecution. Overruled. This shit is turning into a Netflix special, and I'm 100% here for it. Also, that's not what a straw man is. My guy, you know that your Reddit history is public and searchable on Google, right? Oh my god, fuck me running. Lol, this dude drinks a cocktail of teat hooch and sinew sauce like it's the newest flavor of Red Bull, then turns around and whines about how inadequate he is and... Alright, look. As much as I relish seeing these two disgusting chodes sweat under oath, I would really appreciate if we skipped over this part and got to brass tacks, okay, Edgeworth? Let me handle this from here, sweet cheeks. Ladies and gents of the jury, do you know the most common reason adults drink breast milk? You really believe these idiots have discovered the new ketogenic vegan Whole30-ass FDA-approved miracle slop that cures cancer, makes your kids love you again? No ma'am, no sir. The #1 reason adults drink milk made for babies is none other than sexual goddamn deviancy. Am I wrong, Phoenix? Do you get a jaunty little thrill every time you drink your milkies? Your Honor, I... Answer the question, you pervert. And may I remind you, you're under oath. Ah, shit. Hey, guess who just got back from the hospital down the street? Okay, maybe I might, it's plausible that I might have, that is... You want to keep going with that statement, Phoenix? Or are you going to tuck the defense into bed and smother a pillow over its face like I'm not going to post the entire deposition to Twitter tomorrow? Defense rests. Oh my god, my career's over. No further questions, your majesties. I'm going to shit in all of your desks on the way to dropping off my goddamn resignation letter to HR. Won't be the first nor the last time I had a beautiful woman shit on my furniture in contempt. Yo, Bates, your mom's single, dude? And that's tittyjuice.wav. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. And that's when Beth dropped this and I showed it on stream, everyone was like, no, this is accurate. And yeah. People were like, Phoenix Wright courthouses don't have juries, but other than that, correct. and I remember that response being like, huh? That's fucking accurate to the... It's like, obviously, subject matter, no. But in terms of everyone being like, Your Honor, what was that about? He's like, that's fine. And it's like, the way it's so slapdash is just, yeah. Yeah, that was how Beth proposed. Correct. Yep. So, anyway. Yeah, that was posted October 9th, 2021. And here's the link to it if you want, chat. There you go. Do with that as you will. Anyway, let's get the fuck out of here. God damn it. That is very fun to revisit now. Thanks for stream. Thank you for watching the stream. I don't want that link. Thanks. Too bad. This link? Oh yeah. Thanks for pinning that, Weep. Even better than me reposting it again. Yeah, thanks so much for it. I really enjoyed this. Thanks for everyone who yelled at me to stream it. I really enjoyed my time with it. Shoutouts to Gerard for letting me borrow his copy. He doesn't know that I did, but that's fine. He gave me permission. He gave me a blank check. He's like, anything you want to borrow. So, it's good. Yeah, we're just a couple of gamers playing a video game. I did enjoy it. I need to rest my esophagus. Coming for more. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as I said, keep an eye. I'll probably mention it during stream or like maybe a post on Discord, like a straw poll or something. Get people's take on what more people be interested in. Me doing after this, with the thing. Taking a copy is a bit, yeah. I love Athena. I have too many issues with AA5 to like any other capacity. My esophagus. Yeah, you know, my throat. All that oxygen I'm swallowing. Let's go raid somebody. Bam, 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 bam. We're gonna raid Will. Mice. Will is finishing Heaven's Sword, Final Fantasy 14. So, I don't know if that means spoilers. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy 14. I mean, we did that one stream of it. But all I learned about that is that there's an otter who goes fishing, and that's my favorite part of the game. But... Mice. Have a good... Thank you! S-tier stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Sincerely. Appreciate it. There's indeed spoilers of the end of the first expansion. Okay, so... If you don't want Final Fantasy 14 spoilers, then bail. Bail on the raid. Don't join the raid. But thanks again. I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. A good 4th. For you Americans out there. Go get yourself a cake and bring it to your barbecue, right? But I'll be back on Tuesday. Have a good one. Thanks for bringing. Our raid message is gotta be something. Yeah, Ace Attorney emote spam. There you go. Synaptic resonance. Yeah, about evidence law. I don't. Something. Swim much lately. Yeah, there you go.
The fuck is that, Gamer DLM? Duh. I hate that you have a emote of that. Yeah, I don't know, just whatever you want. I can't. My brain is fried. Thanks for hanging. Goodbye. Get out of here. Swim? You want to go swimming? See you later. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you enjoyed. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll put a link to Bath's Ace Attorney titty juice. I'll put a link to that in the description. Maybe I'll make it the pinned comment too, if I remember to. I might not. Tell your friends. It sucks so bad. Beth told me they were like, they wanted to make a debate about something. They're like, what would the worst possible debate be? What's the worst thing they could think of that people would be yelling about in a courtroom? And that was what came to mind, and it was, beautiful. Anyway, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Feel free to let me know in the YouTube comments, or if you're watching the VOD on Twitch, I guess you can tweet at me if Twitter's still up. That's a big question mark. Let me know if you'd rather me dive straight into the crossover versus Layton. Obviously it's gonna be a little bit. I like to space things out, but or if you're like, no, do 2 and 3. We'll see. I don't know. I gotta decide. I'm gonna go now. Well, you're a lawyer, man, in the lawyer world and the whole. Why are people still in chat? Probably because I told you not to join if you don't want to see spoilers. I'm gonna go now. Bye.